Chapter 58.
My head felt like it was being smashed by Thor's hammer constantly, and my throat was as dry as the Sahara Desert. Water, water. I managed to mumble as I let my hand out, trying to reach for something, anything. A few seconds later, I hear some noise at the side and a straw is placed near my lips. Without thinking of anything else, I quickly take long sips to quench my thirst. Slowly, slowly, or you'll choke on the water. The deep voice said, and hearing that, as well as coming back to my senses, because I was no longer dehydrated, made me realize that I was not alone in the room. After getting enough water, I push myself to open my eyes, and that's when I see a familiar face smiling back at me. Zane, I say barely audible as I'm still trying to get my voice back. It sounded rough and coarse, like I have somehow been screaming for 3 hours nonstop. Hey, don't talk so much yet. You're still healing. Do you want ginger and lemon tea? It's good for your throat. Zane asks, as he doesn't take his eyes off of me, like he's worried I would disappear if he does. I nod my head slowly and he helps me sit up a little more on the bed and holds the mug beside me while I sip from a straw again. Thankfully, a few minutes later, my throat started to feel much better and less sore. I looked around the room and tried to figure out where I was. It was certainly not a hospital, but it had the amenities to be considered as one. IV pole, wall-mounted BP apparatus, dragger panel with oxygen and suction mechanism, and various things only found in hospital rooms, and I would know since I spent most of my 5 years in one. When I looked to the side where there was a wide glass window uncovered, I realized I was most definitely not back home nor somewhere near Sedona based on the view, since the Bell Rock Formation which surrounded Sedona was no longer visible. Where are we? I turned to Zane, who seemed to be patiently waiting for me to talk to him. Phoenix. This is the healing wing of the Blazing Wolves, he explained. Phoenix? Why are we here? Wait, why are you here? Where is everyone? I had so many questions. Kay, what was the last thing you remember? Zane asked as he looked at me worried. Prison. Silver. All those assholes. The truth about Titus. It was cold. I was cold, so cold. I couldn't feel anything, and it was like I was starting to separate from my body. My body shivered just at the thought, and Zane was quick to take my hand and squeeze it. It's okay. I'm here. No one's going to hurt you anymore. He gave me a small smile that made me feel better. I remember thinking that I was going to die. I knew I was going to die, actually. I felt sad that I was going to leave everyone, but especially Neo. I thought that was it for me. But then I paused as I thought about it. It was sort of a blur. One moment, all I could see was darkness, and suddenly I briefly saw Neo and our time together. It was like a flash of lightning, and it gave me some kind of burst of energy. Then, Zane prompted as he stared at me clueless. I saw Neo in my head, and I knew then that I didn't want to leave him. I couldn't leave him. It was like I got hit by electricity, and I was powered up. My body didn't feel like my own, and Fuyu fought like it was the last thing we would do on Earth. I saw a lot of blood, and then that was it. I let out deep breaths. Now, I look around. I'm here. How long exactly have I been here? Zane pursed his lips and looked nervous to answer. I knew that wasn't a good sign. It's been 7 days. What? Shit, seriously? I need to go. I need to see Neo. Is he at home? Who's looking after him? River? I almost pulled out the dextrose on my arm, but Zane was quick to stop me. In my head, a couple of days away was fine, but almost a week was far too much. I just couldn't imagine being away from Neo for that long. Keira, you've been through hell and back. Frankly, 7 days is way less than what we expected. We thought you'd be out for months. You're the only wolf we know that has managed to survive that much silver inside of them. Titus told me you blacked out after they found you, and you've mauled most of the rogues. The process of draining the silver out of your body was grueling, and they thought you wouldn't make it. Titus made sure you would. He called me and asked me for help, so I hopped on the next flight. I've been here since then. I don't understand it either, how I managed to survive. Was it the moon goddess giving me another chance at life? Was it my healing ability? Or was it just my sheer will and determination to survive so I could get back to my son? Whatever it was, I'm here now and I'm awake and I want to see Neo again. Zane, where is? Please don't freak out when I tell you this. Zane cut me off before I could even finish. He knew exactly what I was going to ask. You saying that already makes me freak out, Zane. Please just tell me. I just need to know that my son is okay. Please. I begged him. He's fine, Kay. You know, we wouldn't let anything bad happen to him, which is why we did what we had to. At that time, some of the rogues tried to attack us back at your house, and so we had to leave. He looked nervous, biting his lips as he tried to avoid eye contact. Zane, where did you bring my son? At this point, I was starting to get desperate. I guess a part of me knew the answer already, but I needed to hear it to confirm. He's back home in Norway with River and his parents. The moment he said that, my heart dropped to the pit of my stomach. Oh, goddess, this can't be happening. All these years, I tried my best to get him as far away as possible from that place, from those people, and now he's there all alone. Bring him back. Bring him back here with me right now, I cried out. Calm down. Kay, please, you're still recovering. Zane pleaded as he held me, but I felt so helpless that I couldn't stop crying. I hate that they took him away from me, and I hate it even more that it was to that place. I knew that they were prioritizing Neo's safety, but out of all the places, I would have much rather preferred anywhere else other than that. Thinking about Ivy being around my son made me even more hysterical. We didn't have a choice. We told Titus that you would want us to wait for you, but he said it was too dangerous and his pack had been infiltrated, so staying here wasn't an option either at that time. Titus? My blood boiled at the mention of his name. Titus told you to bring Neo there? Now I was even angrier knowing he had a part in this. He knew how I felt about that place, about the people there. How could he just let Neo leave with them? But then again, after finding out the truth about him, I don't even know who he really is anymore. Blood in his hands, all of those wolves, the stories of the rebellious wolves repeated in my head. Granted, what they did to me will never be justified, but it doesn't invalidate what they experienced as well. Just the thought of losing Neo was too much for me to bear, so for them, it must have been so painful that they did all of this. Angered by this, I shouted out to Zane what I never thought I would ever say, but felt was justified. Titus is a monster. Zane stared at me like I had just cursed at him. What? What did he do? He saved both you and Neo, Kay. What are you talking about? He looked at me like I had gone mad, and I could understand his confusion. For someone who did so much for me and my son, he was probably thinking I was ungrateful for calling him a monster. You don't get it, Zane. The reason I was taken, it's because of him. He's a ruthless alpha, and I need to get out of here. We both need to get out of here. I pushed his hands away so that I could get off of the bed. Kay, calm down. I don't know exactly what happened, but I think I have some idea. He turned away from me as he looked like he was getting something out of his pocket. He then looked back at me as he was now holding out a piece of paper in between us. What is that? I looked at it and back at him. He shrugged his shoulders. It's from Titus. Whatever he did, it must be explained there. You know, honestly, I was also confused as to why he asked me to come here. His pack members looked at me like they saw a ghost as soon as I walked in. I felt really out of place, but Titus explained that no one else could do this but me. He needed someone he trusted to take care of you because he said he couldn't. I asked him why, and he said that he could never be near you again for what he did. I think you should give him a little benefit of the doubt and read it. I'll give you some time. Zane gave me a warm smile before standing up, and a few seconds later, he was out of the room and I was alone, letter in hand. I don't know why I was so nervous. I already knew the kind of man Titus really was, what he had done, and how the consequences of his actions led to my imprisonment. So why would this piece of paper change anything? I tsk at particularly nothing before letting out a deep sigh that was equal parts defeat and acceptance. Slowly, I unravel it to see what is written. To Keira. To my mate I never thought existed in this realm. Once you read this letter, you may have already found out who I am, who I really am. I'm not writing this as an excuse for you to forgive me for what I've done or for the harm I've caused not only you, but to Neo and to the ones in my pack. But as my mate, I decided that you have all the right to know. I was 16 when my parents died in an ambush. It was so sudden that no one had really planned for me to take over the alpha title so fast, but I had to anyway. At first, I was so angry at my parents for leaving me. I harbored so much hatred for what they did, because they took away the freedom I had at my age and thrusted me into a world I was not ready to take on. So I reigned the only way I knew how, the way my father and my grandfather's father and so on and so forth reigned, with a strong hand. My father isn't what I would call ruthless. To me, I saw a man who pushed everyone to their greatest, a man who pushed everyone so that they could achieve what they thought they couldn't. That was my mindset. Until I saw with my own eyes a pack member dying because of my order. His name was Sefri. It was a few years ago when rogues were rampant around Arizona. There was an accident and it attracted a lot of attention, causing many to pass by here. Rogues roamed around the area to find stock and whatnot. At that time, I wasn't really thinking straight. Trinity was barely 2 years old, and I just wanted to protect my only family. So when I found out that we were lacking on patrol, I sent Sefri out by himself. I didn't think anything bad would happen to him until it did. His brother and some other wolves managed to scare away the rogues, but it was too late. Sefri was brought back to the pack, but not even the healers could do anything, and he took his last breath right in front of me. My whole world felt like it was crumbling into pieces. Everything that I had known about us being stronger and indestructible without our mates that my father had told me from a young age was changed in the blink of an eye. It was all a lie. My father lied to me, and though it was too late to bring those who already died back to life and to cleanse the blood on my hands, I still wanted to make a change. I promised myself right then and there that no other mate would have to die, so I did what I could. For it to work, I couldn't tell anyone. For years, I separated every wolf in my pack who found their mates from each other. It was the only way to weaken the mate bond, and once it was weak enough, they could come back to one another, and the prophecy that our pack believed all these years that mate bonds were a weakness would end. If I showed any signs of weakness, they would think I wasn't capable of being their alpha, but if I instigated too much fear, they would rebel against me too, just as they did, and you were caught in that crossfire. I never wanted anyone to get hurt, but I know now that what I do will never be enough. My father burned my skin at a young age and told me that to be a leader, I had to be feared by them. We may have fire running in our veins, but our hearts are frozen. I thought I was going to stay that way forever, but then I met you. I told myself long ago that I would have no problem rejecting my mate when I see her, but I was wrong, so devastatingly wrong because you were perfect. You are perfect, too perfect for someone so flawed like me. I'm sorry for hurting you and for letting Neo go with River. I believed at that time it was the best option for him to be with his family. I know I don't deserve your forgiveness, and I'm not asking for it either. But if there's one thing I can ask from you, is that you don't reject me. I'll stay as far away from you as possible, and for as long as you want, even if it may be forever. I just ask for you to please, don't cut off our bond, because I know that if you do, I will never be able to move past it. I know now that you exist, and your leaving is already enough to break my heart into pieces. Keira, I don't deserve you in this lifetime, but I promise you that I will work hard to deserve you in another. I hope to see you then. In another life, I would have really loved just having you by my side as my Luna. Titus. I didn't notice I was already crying until teardrops started getting the paper wet, and I quickly wiped them away with the back of my hand. Oh, Titus. My heart felt heavy thinking about the kind of life he had to live. He never asked for any of this, and he made mistakes because of what he knew. He didn't know any better, and he learned his lesson the hard way. I wish it didn't have to be like this. I wish in another life that I might have met Titus sooner. Maybe then none of this would have happened. But this is the world we are in and the cards that have been dealt to us. All we can do is to continue living. I gently folded the paper before placing it on the table beside me. For a few seconds, I stare at it in contemplation and acceptance before grabbing a pen. I wrote, For a long time, I felt sad thinking about how I wish people never left me or hurt me, but I realized that they showed me what true love meant, or they made me feel emotions I have never felt before. I realized that it is a privilege to be able to feel things like that, because some people haven't even had the chance to figure out what true love is. So I'm thankful. Thankful for everyone in my life that I've loved, and most especially for you. Because though it was just short, you made me feel the strongest and most beautiful connection there is in our world, the mate bond. You made me feel happiness and gave not only me, but Neo memories we will never forget, even if I did get hurt from the events that transpired afterwards. Knowing you exist, knowing that our bond is still there, no matter how far we are from each other, this brings peace to my mind. So thank you, Titus. I'll be waiting for you in another life. Your mate, today and tomorrow. Keira, why is your hair white? Are you old? Trinity asked as he looked at Zane like he's a television show character and not a real live person. Zane let out a soft laugh. Come on now, I'm a young buck. Just like everyone here, including you, have different shades of red on your hair. Back in my pack, we have shades of white, silver, and blonde. Oh, you're like Elsa, Trinity squealed. Do you know Let It Go? Can you sing it, pretty please? Can you make ice come out of your hands too? Please, Uncle Zane. Trinity stood up from the blanket we had laid out on the grass and started singing and twirling around, her tutu skirt swirling around with her. It reminded me of Allura and Winter. Trinity would gush if she ever saw the two, because she'd think they were really Elsa. Yeah, Uncle Zane, go and sing with her, I said to the already blushing from embarrassment man next to me. All right, but if any of this appears online, I'm suing for emotional damage, he announced before getting up and singing instantly as he twirls with Trinity. I couldn't help but laugh as I watched them frolic on the grass, the afternoon sun high above, but the gentle breeze kept us cool. The nature that surrounded the home of blazing wolves was magnificent. If back in the White Howlers, their place was like a winter wonderland, here it was like nature's paradise, with tall trees that ranged from emery oaks to sweet acacias and crystal-clear blue rivers cascading all over the place, giving off tranquil vibes. It was peaceful, and most especially this particular spot, as it was tucked behind the Alpha's cabin in the woods. Speaking of the Alpha, I see him coming out from the back door. He looks like he had just come out of the shower, dark hair still wet and droplets of water dripping from his neck. I had to clear my throat and adjust my position on the picnic blanket to recompose myself. He passes by Trinity and Zane, who have now moved on to songs from the second movie of Frozen. I am very intrigued at the fact that Zane somehow has their entire soundtrack memorized. I'll tease him about it later, but for now, watching Titus smile at the two has my stomach tied in knots. Goddess, is this the mate bond working, or am I really just smitten by him? I mean, who wouldn't be? The man is the epitome of a dark god. Hey, he says in that deep tone, the vibrations of his voice somehow reaching deep inside of me. Woo, I'm gonna need you to calm down, self. Hey, sorry for the noise. Zane seems to be enjoying karaoke with Trinity too much, I said, and we both chuckled as we silently watched the two pretend ice was coming out of their hands. It's no problem at all. Frankly, I know Trinity and I are going to miss it, Titus confesses, and when I turn to look at him, those eyes like galaxies of his are looking at me with a glint of bittersweet feelings. It disappeared faster than I could even remember it was there, as he cleared his throat and asked, So, you two are both packed? I nodded my head. Not that there was much to pack for me anyway. I let out a deep breath and laid down on the blanket with my hands crossed behind my head. It's so peaceful out here. I'm really going to miss it too, I told him, but in all honesty, I wanted to say something else. I wanted to tell him that I'll miss him too. 3 days ago, when I woke up after being unconscious for 7 days due to recovery, I thought I would never see Titus again. I had Zane give back the letter, and I believed that he would see it best for us to be away from each other. But the next day, when I felt his presence outside of my room, I couldn't help but ask him to go inside. I could sense that Titus was feeling off, and he wasn't sure if he could say anything, but I broke the tense silence when I told him that I didn't want us to part ways without speaking to each other again. We decided that for the next few days until I'm fully recovered, we would treasure what time we had left, and that was exactly what we did. When not busy with things he needed to do around the pack, he would bring me around his territory. Phoenix and Fuyu ran together side by side, though Titus always made sure I didn't overexert myself. Once in a while, I would also help him and his pack, as well as Zane. It's like we traded skills that we have learned all throughout the years, and surprisingly, it worked out well. I loved seeing Titus become the alpha his father and the old alphas that came before him was never able to achieve. He no longer ruled with fear, but with conviction and compassion. Though there may still be setbacks, as Titus's anger sometimes gets the best of him, I've helped him channel that anger through something else. It took us a while to find something he would resonate with, but eventually he realized he liked climbing mountains, and as soon as he reached the top, he would howl as loud as he could, letting out all his frustrations deep within him. In just a few days, everyone in the pack started to feel safer with him. His growth was phenomenal, and I would have wanted to stay, but my son needed me, and I needed him too, even if it meant going back to Norway with the White Howlers. You can come visit anytime. Neo too, of course. Speaking of, how is he? I haven't been able to catch him when you or Trinity are on video call. Is he settling in all right over there? Titus looks genuinely concerned. I know that a part of him still feels somewhat guilty for letting River take him, even though I've already told him countless times that I understood why he did that, and I too came to terms with it. I realized that Neo, being with his family, is the best option if I couldn't be there for him at that time. He's doing very well. In terms of settling, I don't even think he had any problems with that in the first place. He loves the place, he loves the cold, and he loves that he can make snow angels and snowmen. It's become his favorite pastime, and every time we're on call, he can't wait for me to come home and stay with him. I smile to myself just remembering how scared I was that Neo was all alone in Norway. But the first time I was able to call him, all my worries disappeared when I saw the biggest smile on his face. It was hard to admit at first, but it was the happiest I had ever seen him. His eyes glowed with so much happiness, and at that moment, I knew it would break his heart if I told him to leave. And so as hard as it was for me to make that decision, I made it for my son and his happiness. I put him first, and so on that day, I decided once I was fully recovered enough to get on a plane, I was going straight to him. Keira, Titus says with a mellow tone. His jaw stiffens as he looks me in the eyes, as if he's really taking me in, or he's trying to decipher what I was really thinking and feeling. I know that you're doing this for Neo, and if it wasn't for him, then you would have never thought to come back. It's not going to be easy being back there, but I think if there's one person here that can face her past head on, it would be you. I just want you to know that if you ever need someone, even at 3 a.m, I'd pick up the call and just say the word. I'd get on the next flight to see you. Titus's hand touches the tip of my fingers, and I could tell he was hesitating at first, but when I move mine closer, his lips form into a small curve as his hands intertwine with mine, and we just sit there, taking in the breeze and soaking in the afternoon sun. I wish I could stay in this moment forever, but I know I can't, so instead I capture it in my head, getting every detail so that I could never ever forget it. I take him in, all of him. Loose strands of his black-maroon hair fall over just at the tip of his lashes, green-blue eyes that could pierce a woman's heart to stone, specifically mine, 5 o'clock shadow accentuating his strong muscular jawline even more, and that smile that had been engraved in my mind and my heart the second I saw it. Suddenly, the sound of Trinity and Zane singing and laughing in the background begins to get muffled, and all I can hear are the thoughts running around in my head as butterflies flutter in my stomach. One specific thought reigned over everything else, though. Kiss him. Kiss him. Kiss him. I think Titus was hearing the same thing as well, because the next thing I knew, his one hand is on the side of my face, and his face is only inches apart from mine that I could feel his warm breath on me. Tell me. To stop. He looks like he's having an internal battle with his words. He says it, but his eyes don't mean what he said, so I don't know which to believe. My heart is beating so loud I can't even hear my own thoughts anymore. All I know is that my body has somehow gone on autopilot, and it's moving closer and closer. The moment he moved, although infinitesimal, seemed like a giant leap that made my heart stop, because before I could process what was going on, his lips were on mine. Hot and sweet, soft and supple, I can taste the tanginess of the lemonade he had just drank before stepping out that Trinity and I hands squeezed this morning. My stomach trembles as the butterflies in them go absolutely and undoubtedly insane. This is what a kiss is with your mate. This is what I had been missing out on. This is the only kiss I would ever want to have over and over again, even until I could no longer feel my own lips. Our kiss is sweet at first, but it ends so bitterly beautiful, and I knew in a lot of sense our relationship was something like that as well. Though we part bitterly, we will always remember how sweet it all once tasted. When we pulled away from each other, though I could sense neither of us wanted to, his lips are slightly parted, still half forming a kiss, and though there was some shock in his eyes, it was a good kind of surprise, like he would do it again and again if he could. I knew I felt the same way too. So, I cleared my throat as I pursed my lips and licked the remaining taste of him and the lemonade on it. "What's the word?" He turns to me with a curious smile and a small tilt of his head. The word for what? He got so enamored by our little kissing session that he had already forgotten what he said a minute ago. "You said that the moment I say the word, you'd hop on the next flight to see me." I tell him, and when he realizes what I meant, that drop-dead gorgeous smile of his forms on his lips. He thinks for a little as he looks at the skies, and even just watching him in thought is making my heart turn into mush. I want to look at him forever, to admire him day and night. How nice would it be to wake up and fall asleep next to him, my first and last sight to be the man that I was born to love, given to me by the moon goddess? I sighed internally. In another life. When he turns back to look at me, it's like everything that has happened in my life has led up to that moment, and I knew I would keep replaying those eyes of his looking at mine and that smile of his directed at me for as long as I lived. Furusato. It means where our hearts long for. I finish his sentence and we both smile at each other, knowing that there is no other word that would be more perfect than that. It's our word then. Wherever you are, wherever I am, if we need each other, just say it. I tell him with a wide smile. He takes my hand and he holds on to it tight as we whisper the word to each other, engraving it in our hearts. Furusato. Titus Bane. I used to think I was stuck with this kind of life, the life where I would wake up and feel guilty for the deaths that I had caused and the blood that had been shed by my hands. Every day I woke up and hated seeing myself in the mirror. There wasn't a day that I didn't want to be somebody else, anybody else, just not me, not the alpha of the blazing wolves. It all changed when the person I didn't even believe existed appeared in my life, and all she did was look at me with those golden eyes of hers, and I knew nothing would ever be the same again. I vowed to her that I would become better in many ways. A better person, a better wolf, a better brother, and of course, a better alpha. I may stumble here and there from time to time, but I know that no matter how many times I fall, what I do after I push myself up is what matters. Back then, I used to hate fate because I believed that losing my parents and becoming an alpha was my tragic reality. Now I couldn't be any more grateful for it because it's fate that brought me here, and it's fate that will lead me to her again one of these days. It may not be today, tomorrow, or in this lifetime, but I know that no matter how far she goes, I will always, always find her. Don't say goodbye, I told her as I hugged her. I hug her so tight, I'm afraid I would break her while it inevitably breaks me inside. It's a chest-crushing and desperate embrace because I don't want to let her go, but I know that I have to. Just turn around and give me that smile of yours, and I'll keep telling myself that I'll see you again, even if it might be a lie. Keira doesn't say anything, and when I manage to pull away, after a lot of effort, she does exactly as I said. She turned around, and I watched with a bittersweet feeling as she walked and walked, and just as she was stepping into the glass door, she turned around and smiled at me. I told her that I'll see her again, But the truth is, I don't know when that will be or if it will ever happen again, but I will cherish every memory we were able to make together, and I'll use it to keep me going for the rest of my days. I see in her eyes that she's also trying not to cry, but just as she was about to shed a tear, she turns around and walks inside the airport. And just like that, she's gone. The plane lands smoothly on the runway, and I am equal parts excited and dreadful. I am excited to see my son after 2 weeks of being away from him. It's the longest we had ever been apart from each other. Frankly, I'm surprised I lasted that long, but it wasn't my choice. I had to put fully recovering as my priority. But at the same time, I am dreading this whole ordeal because I know that I'm not ready. Then again, I know I never really will be. I often told myself and others that I was over it, that so many years have passed and I don't let it affect me anymore. For the most part, it is true, but it still doesn't change the past. What happened has already happened. The betrayal of whom I used to call my family has lived inside of me since then, repeating in my head over and over again until black tar has formed in my heart, filling each crevice of its broken pieces. River broke me. He made me believe in a love so good, nothing else mattered, until he took my rose-tinted glasses off and stepped on it continuously. Then there was nothing left but the awful and screwed-up reality that he could never really love me because I wasn't his mate. Not only him, but everyone in the White Howlers. I still remember the way they looked at me and made me feel like the outcast I had always been. I so badly wanted to fit in, to be a part of a family, even if they weren't my blood, that I became too naive. I was blinded by an illusion. Back then, I didn't know any better. But now, I promise to keep myself on guard and never let it happen again. I'm here for Neo and for him only. Wherever he is happy, I will try to be happy too. I hadn't noticed I was gripping on the seat handle so tight until Zane gently placed his hand on mine. "Are you all right?" he asks, and right after shakes his head. "Sorry, stupid question." He adds with a sheepish smile. I give him a straight smile before replying weakly, "It's fine." I cleared my throat and adjusted my seatbelt. "I think I'm just a little tired." "Oh, you weren't able to sleep?" Zane asks with a worried expression. I shake my head slowly. Not really. With the thought of Titus standing there with that heartbroken look on his handsome face before I turned around, combined with the thought of seeing River again, I knew instantly that sleep was definitely going to be but a faraway dream for me. "You could have woken me up and I could have kept you company," he said with a small pout. I chuckled softly. "Your loud snores were enough as company. Don't worry." I teased, and Zane's mouth opened wide in horror before we both burst out into laughter. A familiar ding echoes in the airplane, followed by the continuous sounds of seatbelts unlocking. A few seconds later, people stood up and began getting their luggages from the cabin. My heart starts racing inside my chest. Fuck, this is seriously happening. I can't believe it, but it's as real can get. "Please wait as we open the door. You will all be out of here in a few minutes," the flight attendant announced as she gave us a wide smile. Fuck no. A few minutes is way too soon. I don't even want to get off this plane. What the hell was I thinking when I agreed to come back and live here? I know I was doing this for Neo, but shit, I don't think I was thinking straight at that time. Maybe it was still the remaining silver in my system that was talking when I said yes to this. I don't want to go back to the White Castle and pretend that my heart hasn't been ripped out of my chest and stomped on 1,000,000 times. I don't want to see River or hear his apologies that I'm never even sure if he truly means or not. And I most especially do not want to see his Ice Queen, or more like an ice monster, honestly. I thought I was going to end up puking, and I quickly ransacked the papers in front of me in desperate search for a puke bag. Zane saves the day and the airplane's seat as he flips open one in front of me, and I grab it in a millisecond. Fortunately, it was just a false alarm, and I went back to just being a shaking ball of nerves. "Thanks," I mumbled to Zane, who was staring at me wide-eyed and had his hands stretched out as if waiting to catch me if I was going to collapse. "Do you want mint candy?" I nodded my head, and he quickly passed me one. It's a phaser mint, a dark chocolate that conceals the delicious filling of peppermint oil. definitely didn't have these back in Arizona. As soon as I swallowed the last bit of the candy, all of the people in the plane had stepped outside and only Zane and I remained. There was no more escaping now. I tried to put it off for as long as I could, but I would rather not let the flight attendants come up to us and tell us that we needed to get off, though I'm pretty sure 4 out of 5 of them would be willing to let Zane stay on as they kept shooting flirty glances towards him. Zane grabs my luggage, which is technically Trinity's, and she very willingly gave it to me, and I see the flight attendants watch very closely as his shirt rides up and his lower abs are in full view. I cleared my throat as I innocently took a step to the side to cover their view. They roll their eyes at me in annoyance, and I snicker in triumph. "What are you laughing at?" He turns to me with a raised brow. I shake my head with a wide grin on my face. "Oh, nothing." Zane looks at me unconvinced, but doesn't bother to push the topic. As we walk out of the plane, the flight attendants are still gawking at him and flutter their eyelashes as they say their goodbyes. Zane barely gives them a second of his attention, aside from a friendly thanks. "Can I ask you something?" I turn to him as we're walking through transit. If it's how do you know the entire discography of Frozen 1 and 2, then I'm afraid I cannot answer that and my lips are sealed. He makes a zipping motion on his lips and pretends to throw a key. "No, stupid." I jokingly punched him on his arm. "I already know why. It's because you watch it every night before bed," I tease. "Ha ha," he drawls. "No, seriously though, why didn't you ever get into another relationship?" As soon as I asked the question, he stopped walking and we just stood there a few steps away from the horizontal escalator. It was a good thing no other passengers were behind us. "I mean, you're a great guy. You're smart, you're caring, and obviously handsome as those girls couldn't stop staring at you. During those 5 years, did nobody really, make you feel like you wanted to be with them? A second chance mate, maybe?" I add, thinking this would help him open up more, but it doesn't help. Instead, it actually looks like he's closed off more. He lets out a sigh as he pushes his hair back and mumbles, "I don't care about it." He continues walking, and his steps are wider and faster, so I sprint to catch up with him. "Why not? You don't want your own pups in the future? But they could be so cute. Neo could have a playmate," I joke with him, but he doesn't laugh. Why is he suddenly so uptight? He tsk at me. Or at nobody in particular, I'm not sure, before muttering something under his breath. Because there's always only been one person for me. The air between Zane and I was so thick that you could cut it with a knife. He shakes his head and lets out a forced chuckle before turning to me with a smile that could barely be considered as one. But that's all in the past. Oh, he must have meant his mate. Shit. I didn't think he was still affected by it, and now it makes sense as to why he seemed so uncomfortable with the topic. "Beklager? Sorry, Frost." I tell him with a meek smile, and that's when he turns to me, and for a few seconds, he just looks at me in silence, as if he's contemplating to say something, but I can't figure out what. He gives me a small smile. "I told you before that you never have to apologize to me, Akari." And then we continue walking. After we passed by immigration and all of the formalities, a few minutes later, we walked out of the airport. The second I see my little boy, my heart does a complete somersault out of happiness and excitement. "My baby," I shout out to him, and we're both running towards each other. He jumps into my arms and I hold him tight, so tight, and inhale every bit of his unique scent, vanilla and coconut. This time, there's also something else mixed to it that I can't seem to quite pinpoint just yet. "Did he start using a new lotion here? Ooh, you've gotten quite heavy, sweetie." I huffed out an exhale before re-steadying Neo in my arms. "Did you get taller too?" He giggles, and the sound goes straight to my heart. I've missed this little boy so much. I look at him closely, and even though we had only been apart for a few weeks, it's like so much has changed about him. His cheeks are redder, his raven hair lighter, and are those freckles growing on his nose? I can't believe he was already adjusting to the cold weather, but to see is to believe. Obviously, so handsome, my love. I said to him before pulling him in for another tight embrace. It's so good to be with him again. To see him and to hold him after the roller coaster we had experienced. It breaks my heart to know that he had to experience something so traumatizing at such a young age, but it brings relief to me knowing that he doesn't remember anything from that time, according to Titus. I also tried to put it past me. What happened between Elisha and I, sometimes it pops up in my head, and I still can't seem to grasp how it was even possible for someone so loving and so kind to do all of that. Titus mentioned that before she did what she did to herself, she apologized and said that I would understand. The thing is, I don't. What I do understand was her desire to save people, because I know for a fact that seeing people die in your hands for more than 30 years must have taken so much of her each time, but to harm someone else, and a child that you considered your own grandson. She was a monster for that, and her actions will never be justified. Hey, I was taken out of my thoughts when he suddenly appeared in front of me. It was River, and I hate to admit it, but he looked as gorgeous as he always has been, even with the unsure smile on his face. His eyes still glistened like crystal blue water, and I tried my best not to keep staring at his pink lips. The navy blue coat, which was obviously just for show because wolves don't really get cold, hung nicely on his broad shoulders and complemented his features even more too. Damn him. Damn the way he can look even more handsome and myself for not being able to stop myself from thinking it. I cleared my throat and looked away from him as I set Neo down on the ground. I adjust his white earmuffs before patting his head. I have a surprise for you, I tell him, and his eyes light up instantly. Really? His smile is ear to ear. Yup, it's from Uncle Titus and Trinity. As soon as I said that, I noticed River's body visibly stiffening up. Good. He should feel uncomfortable. If it wasn't for him brainwashing Neo to stay here, then I wouldn't have decided to go back here too. But then again, seeing how Neo was so happy, I couldn't think of any other place to go to either. I sighed internally. I have already lost this battle, and I just need to accept it. I pulled out a small red box and placed it on Neo's palm. He didn't take a second before opening it and revealing the stunning red, black, and white woven bracelet. It lights up, Neo said excitedly when he tapped the fire symbol in the middle. Trinity has the same bracelet, and every time you tap it, hers lights up. And when she taps hers, yours will. Whenever you're thinking about them or just wanting to say hello, just imagine her and Uncle Titus are only a tap away. I explain to Neo, and his small lips turn into a pout and he starts to get teary-eyed. I pull him in for another hug and gently rub his back in small circles. I miss them already, he confesses as he sniffles. It's okay, my love. We'll see them sometime too. Uncle Titus says we can visit him any time. I tell Neo, and this is enough to get him to stop crying, going back to excitement. Kids and their roller coaster of emotions are definitely something. The drive to the White Castle is about an hour more or less, and most of it is spent with Neo talking about everything about the whole territory and the pack. He can't stop gushing over how fun it is and how nice everyone is to him. At times, I have to bite my tongue in order not to say anything that I know Neo, nor anyone else in the car, needed to hear. Grammy and Grampy are finishing up my room today. I'm finally going to get my own room. Neo squeals excitedly, but then turns to River, who is seated beside him by the window. But I can always come to your room whenever I want, right, Daddy? Somehow it's like time stopped for me at that second hearing. Neo called River Daddy. I had no idea where to even begin on explaining what it felt like for my son. The boy I've tried so hard to keep away from a man that didn't deserve him, only for him to effortlessly call the exact man his daddy. I guess all those years I was just lying to myself, thinking it was possible, that I could escape the father of my own child. In a way, if we look on the bright side of things, this was definitely for the better for Neo, since now he doesn't have to live without a father figure. I am not going to let this affect me, I told myself. I bit my lips so hard I tasted metal, but kept a tight-lipped smile as I glanced over to River. Your room? Don't you have another guest there? I asked River with gritted teeth as I looked at him with a firm expression. He knows what I'm talking about, and I made sure to emphasize the word guest, in case he still didn't get it. He doesn't look the least bit affected by it, though, and he merely gives me a calm answer. Not since Neo has come, stayed with us. The guest has moved back to her pack. I can't contain or hide my surprise. River kicked out his mate, the same girl he was head over heels for the second he laid his eyes on her, the same girl he was attached to and breathed the oxygen she exhaled like his own breath. The only way I would believe this is if he was lying in order to get on my good side. There was just no way. For how long? I ask, and I don't know why. Out of curiosity or out of concern, River's jaw stiffened. Indefinitely. The White Castle looks exactly how it was before I left, but with a little less snow around it since fall was in full bloom. This allowed the colors of nature to pop up more, and yellow and orange leaves spread around it like a painting. As soon as I stepped out of the car, the tall wooden doors at the pillared entrance flew open, and Sveen and Roman appeared. One is ever graceful, and the other is ever stoic. Svein gives me a big and warm smile. Welcome back. There's nothing welcoming about it. I wouldn't be here if I didn't need to be. I tightened my grip on Neo's hand and swallowed the huge lump in my throat. This is for the best, and I promise my son I will always put him first, so however long it takes, I will get through this. Being back here doesn't mean anything. I will keep my walls and my guard up, and I will never let anyone trick me again, especially not River. I lifted my chin up, put on a fake smile, and took a step forward. All defenses up. As Neo practically drags me into the castle, I remind myself that I am strong and that I am resilient. I can handle living here again for him, and the best part, if it's true that is, that Ivy Quinn was nowhere near this place. I think I can breathe a little better with that fact. This means one less person to pretend that they're not around, so my life here will be easier. I've already decided that my focus here will be Neo and Neo only. Zane, too, and Sky, if he even still remembers me. But besides some small acquaintances and friendly hellos, I don't really plan on getting closer with anyone. Not again. Walking around the castle has me feeling agitated, especially when so many eyes are staring at me and watching every move I make. I can't hear them, but I know that in those heads of theirs, they are communicating and talking about my sudden reappearance. Did they know I was coming back? Was it announced, or was this a surprise to them as it was for me? Either way, I shouldn't care. I won't. I have cared far too much before, and look where that got me. Keira. An excited squeal came out of nowhere in the form of two wide-eyed girls that were familiar, yet somehow changed too. Winter and Allura stood in front of me a little anxious but thrilled at the same time. "Oh," was all that managed to come out of me as I was shocked and took my time to process the two. Allura, whose super light blonde hair I remembered before was up to her hips, was now rocking it chest length and with strawberry highlights. She had transformed from a winter princess into a strawberry shortcake girl. Winter, though, was probably the most surprising. It wasn't her physical attributes per se that had me in shock, because she still looked exactly like Elsa from Frozen. It was something else. It was the tiny yet there bump that I was 99% sure was not from eating too much, because no matter what Winter ate, she never gained any weight. Winter, yup, she's about 10 weeks pregnant now. You've got a good eye, Keira. You always have. Aspen said as he appeared from goddess knows where too, and he flashed me a smile. Oh, and welcome back. Why is everyone saying that? I didn't think I could hate the word welcome, but here we are. I just really disliked the fact that they were throwing the word so casually when they were nothing close to welcoming when I was last here. I hated it. I hated it so much. I swallowed hard and gritted my teeth into a smile. As much as everything seemed so awkward to me, I also couldn't deny that seeing everyone and how much they have changed and grown was also making me feel something else entirely. The twins were gorgeous, and I really am happy for Winter, since I remembered Zane telling me that they had been trying for a year or so, and now it finally worked. Aspen still looked like the humongous warrior that he was, and Naz, well, I'm sure his face is still buried in one of the books at the library. Thanks. Congratulations on your pup. I'm sure you two will be great parents. I told them with a sincere smile and bit my tongue in order not to say anything more, like, at least you know the pup will have both of their parents, or just make sure that neither of you will look away when he or she needs you the most. Thank you, Kira, Winter said quietly, and I could tell in the way she looked at me that she was unsure on how to physically approach me, and if she even could, her hand hanging awkwardly between us. I'm sure Neo will be a really great friend to our pup too. They will have the coolest big brother to look up to, she added with a hopeful smile. I contained my urge not to puke at how uncomfortable I was. I just imagined my son growing up with these people, and I didn't know if I wanted to cry, scream, or both. Shit. I really need to get myself together if I want to last here. Isn't that right, Neo? She asked as she lowered herself down to meet Neo's eyes. Yes, I will be the coolest, he replied with a wide smile. Unlike me, my son seemed so comfortable with everyone around him. I have never seen him adjust to others, somewhat strangers, so easily. Even in kindergarten school, he did have friends, but I could sense he was still on guard. The only people he truly bonded with his whole heart was Chad, Trinity, and Titus. I felt my heart ache a little when I remembered Chad and our last conversation. He couldn't believe I was leaving, nor the fact that Neo had already left, and he wasn't even able to say goodbye, but I promised to him that it wouldn't be the last time we would see each other. When I stop and think about it, I also can't believe that my entire life in Arizona had changed so fast that I didn't really have a chance to process it. 5 years of all my blood, sweat, and tears, and it was all taken away from me. The woman I had entrusted mine and Neo's entire life turned out to be double-crossing us, and only cared for us because of her ulterior motive, and she was now all over the news as a doctor that abused her power. Titus, with his connections, had managed to let the public know about her wrongdoings, but with a little twist that fit the human world. Chad was in shock too, as the entire Sedona hospital was, since Elisha was the director of the place. But I know in time, many will forget and move on. Hopefully, I too would. We should get going. I'm a little tired from the flight and all, so I would like to get some rest. I managed to make up an excuse that wasn't too far off from the truth, in order for us to get out of this situation that was quickly becoming too uncomfortable for me. Goddess. Who was I kidding? I'm not going to be able to ignore all of them, and 5 minutes in this place really has me contemplating getting 2 one-way tickets out of here. I could sneak Neo out and run to the garage, assuming it's still in the same place, to find a car. We could drive away and never look back. Change mine and Neo's identities, so I'd be sure River and nobody else could ever find us. Just me and him, how it should have always been. Mommy needs rest. We go to my new room, Mommy, Neo said excitedly, his eyes and smile overflowing with happiness as he took my hand and dragged me away from everyone. He held onto my hand tightly as he made me follow him upstairs and into the hallway, and a few steps later, we were in front of a light green-colored door with his name on it in the color blue. I painted it myself, he said proudly. Are you ready to see it, Mommy? His eyes twinkled beautifully. I nodded my head, and not a second later, he pushed open the door, and I was greeted by nature's wonderland. Tall trees with branches scattered around the room. They were hanging from the ceiling, and some even draped all over the wooden ladder. The most intriguing part of the entire room, though, was the treehouse situated right by the window at the side, giving it a sunny spotlight. It took up more than half of the entire room, which was big enough since this place looked over 100 square meters, while the jungle playground took up another. His walk-in tree closet included, and I quickly wondered, where in the world did he get so many clothes? It looked like Tarzan had been born and raised here. I was convinced he was going to pop out from a corner any second now, too. I love it. I love it so much. Instead, it was Neo, who came out swinging from a hanging branch that terrified me for a quick second, thinking it was going to fall, but saw that it was attached fairly well onto the ceiling. Whoever made this, I'm really impressed by their craftsmanship. Neo began to yell like Tarzan as he did his jungle call and started banging his chest like him too. I couldn't help but chuckle amusedly as a wide smile plastered on my face from ear to ear. Seeing my son happy is truly something else. I'm going to live here forever, he proclaimed, and I felt my heart hurt for a split second at the realization. Neo has only been here for a couple of weeks, but he had already fallen in love with the place so much. I don't know what he'd do if I took him away from here. I think he would be devastatingly heartbroken, and I don't think I could ever do that to my son after everything that we had gone through. Come here, my little Tarzan. I cooed as I walked over to the side of his treehouse and sat on the edge so I could hold him in my arms. You really like your room, huh? I asked as I played with his hair, gently brushing it backwards as I looked down at him on my lap. He nodded his head as he smiled. His smile was so big and sincere that even his eyes looked like they were twinkling with happiness. I love everyone here, too. They've been so kind to me since the day I arrived, even though I was scared and nervous. He confessed, and I quickly felt bad that I wasn't here for him during that time. I lowered myself down to hug my little boy and apologize. I'm really, really sorry I wasn't here for you at that time, Neo. I could feel tears pricking the back of my eyes. It's okay, Mommy, he whispered to me reassuringly as I felt him tighten his hold on me. You were fighting bad guys, but you came back to me, and that's all that matters. When I pulled away, he was looking at me with such a calm and peaceful smile. It was like he had really adjusted to his life here, and everything was just perfect for him. I couldn't help but feel amicable at that thought, too. His little hands go up to my face as he cups my cheeks. You don't have to worry anymore, Mommy. I know how hard you worked day and night for us back in Arizona. Sometimes I hear you cry too, but I don't say anything because I know you will stop yourself from crying, thinking that it will make me feel sad. I don't want you to do that anymore, Mommy. I don't want you to take in all the pain. We can be happy here together. We have many friends and family that will love and care for us. Please, Mommy, I just want you to be happy. At that point, I could no longer hold it in, and the tears began to fall like a waterfall. I pulled Neo close to me and tightened my hold around him as I cried. And I cried. I didn't even care that his clothes were getting wet from my tears because I couldn't stop myself. All this time, I thought that he couldn't hear me cry myself to sleep from time to time, but it turns out he was only keeping it to himself for my own sake. I can't believe I have such a thoughtful son. This made me cry even more. Oh, Neo, my sweet, sweet boy, I whispered to him as I cuddled and embraced him. Shh, it's okay now, Mommy. Everything is okay, he said as he gently rubbed my back in circular motions. When did my little boy grow up and became so endearing? My tears just wouldn't stop at this point. Mommy, Neo says quietly. I respond as I try to calm myself down and take deep breaths. I brushed away the loose strands on his face and tucked it behind his ears. His gorgeous blue eyes that he inherited from River glistened like the crystal clear water on a summer night as the moonlight shone on it. I know Daddy hurt you and me before. I know that he was bad man, but he promises to make everything better. He wants us to be a happy family. He says that he wants this place to be our home. Mommy, this is our home, right? I swallowed a large lump and it went down like my entire throat had somehow turned into sandpaper. I didn't know what to say. I was completely and utterly speechless, like I forgot how to connect words and form it into a sentence. What do I tell him? Where am I even supposed to start? Would it be awful of me as a mother to lie to him in order to make him feel better? Or would it be better for me to break his heart with the horrible truth? Because the truth is, if I had a choice, I wouldn't say yes. If I had a choice, I would walk out of this place and never come back like I did years ago. Unfortunately, back then I was alone, or at least I thought I was. This time I wasn't. I knew I wasn't, and in the past I said that I would never let Neo meet the man who banished us away. But right now, all that same little boy wanted was for us to be together, for us to be one happy family. Because every kid in this world deserves to wake up to both parents. For a mom and a dad to tuck him into bed, tell him a good night story, and also be the one to kiss him good morning. I couldn't give that to Neo for 5 years, but now I think I possibly could. I could give my son the family that he deserves if I just stay. Neo looked at me as if patiently waiting for an answer, and though it was hard, I pushed myself to say it for him. Hugging him tighter, I whispered as I held him in my arms, "Yes, my love, we're home." I felt Neo tighten his grip around me too, and in my heart, I knew that I had made the right choice, but in my mind, the thought terrified me. A sudden knock on the door pulls Neo and I to where the sound came from, and a second later, River pops up from the side. My heart leapt unintentionally. Hey, so sorry to bother, but I just wanted to check if Neo still wanted to do his skating lessons for hockey training. I've only got about an hour or two free time before training again, so yeah, but no worries if he can't attend. We can just try again another day. Skating lessons? Hockey training? When in the world did this happen? Boy, did I miss a lot. Oh, I almost forgot. Sorry, Daddy. I want to go, please. Neo practically jumped in excitement before turning to me with pleading eyes. Please, can we go, Mommy? Pretty please? He asked with pouty lips and puppy eyes. How in the world could I even begin to say no? River cleared his throat. You know, your pink ice skates are still here and in good condition. I bit my lip in thought as I had an internal war within myself. To go or not to go? I let out a deep sigh before turning to Neo with a smile. Go get changed. It didn't take a second for him to run to his cabinet after sliding down through the green slide connected to his treehouse. So is that a yes? River asked with that stupid, charming smile of his. Damn him and his handsome face. Only if you have bigger skates. My shoe size got bigger. I told him unfazed, but his smile still widened. Of course, anything for you, Key. He gave me a playful wink before turning around. Goddess, I'm going to need all your help not to fall again, this time around. The frozen lake is still as gorgeous as I last remember it, or even more as the beauty of winter and fall mixed together. Trees around the area look like they have been sprinkled with white dust. The snow on the ground is like whipped thick cream you could just roll around on. Everywhere you looked, it was like a white and orange dream. But it's always the frozen lake that has everyone's attention because it looks exactly like a sheet of crystals. Bright white ice, dazzling dust shimmering, and if you look at it longer, you can't help but get pulled in by its tiny bits of blue sparkling through. It looks like you're staring at one big diamond. I'm ready to skate with Daddy, Neo says excitedly from the side, and I flinch uncomfortably at hearing him call River that name again. When will I ever get used to that? I think the answer would be never. Mommy, look, Daddy got me these cool new ice skates, he said proudly as he pushed himself up and kept steady by the gigantic tree next to him. Neo was wearing a white sport down jacket with red ski pants, complete with all the protective gear from head to toe, helmet, elbow, and knee pads in the color black. On his feet were new and shiny-looking black hockey skates. My little boy looked dressed to impress, as if he was really about to join a hockey team. The excitement on his face was completely overflowing. It was obvious that he's been waiting for this his entire life, ever since that first time he chanced upon a hockey game playing on television. You look so handsome, I said to him with a wide smile, whilst I tightened the strap of his helmet. Better safe than sorry. He giggles continuously, and I can't help but admire my little boy with his electric blue eyes and pink cheeks. Look at my polar bear. You're ready to take on the ice, River said as he showed up behind the tree, black bag strapped behind him, and one hand holding on to what looked like new ice skates for me. Daddy! Neo leapt in excitement and almost forgot he was already wearing his skates, so he became imbalanced. Ah! Fortunately, I was right behind him, so I caught him just in time. Careful, please, I said, and he gave me a sheepish smile. Looks like we have to get you started on how to fall properly, big guy. River exclaims as he walks up to us. He lowers himself down to meet Neo eye to eye before turning to me, and I could have sworn my heart skipped a beat as his gorgeous blue eyes met mine. You better stop doing that, Heart. What about you, Kay? Do you still remember how to fall? He asked, and for a split second I forgot how to speak as I was stunned by his sudden question. I shake my head and clear my throat to recompose myself. I've had enough practice. I'll make sure not to fall ever again, I said to him with a straight expression, and before River could say anything else, I turned away and focused my attention on Neo. Sorry it took a while for me to get back, by the way. I had to stop by the shop to get your new skates, River added as he passed to me what looked like the same ones I had before, but in a bigger size. You didn't have to, I told him timidly, but he shook his head with a small smile. I wanted to. Plus, it's for Neo, too. He wants to skate as a family, remember? He said before patting Neo's helmet, earning him a chuckle from my little boy. I sucked in a lungful of air before breathing out and shooting the two boys in front of me a smile. What are we waiting for then? Let's get this show on ice. Yay! Neo squealed with so much excitement, and not a second later, he was on the ice with River holding on to him tightly. I watched cautiously and nervously as River held on to him and taught him how to balance himself. I know my son is capable of learning, but still, as a mother, I can't help but still feel worried. I quickly put on my skates so that I could stay close to Neo in case River couldn't catch him if he fell. I don't doubt that he couldn't, but being away from Neo these past few weeks has somewhat turned me into a clingy mother, and all I want to do is coddle him. As weird as that sounds. When I turned around, steadying myself by the tree so I could stand up, I saw a figure getting closer towards us. I figured it was just another White Howler wandering around, but then he took off his cap and revealed dark black hair, leaving me utterly confused. Who is this guy? Hey, River, I called out for him without taking my eyes away from the man that was closing in on us. Did you invite someone else to teach Neo how to skate? What? No? River replied with a confused tone. Well then, who is this? I wasn't even able to finish my question because the second the man was close enough for me to fully see him, I quickly realized that I actually knew him, and he was definitely not just a wandering White Howler. Sky? I said, surprised, and my face was probably looking very confused and shocked as of this moment. The tall, about 6'2" and muscular man looked less intimidating when a wide smile broke through his face and his light blue eyes twinkled in delight. Last I checked, yes, he joked as he let out a soft chuckle. Oh my goddess, it really is him. Zane wasn't kidding. He grew up so big. Has this boy been taking some kind of steroids? Sorry I wasn't able to meet you when you arrived. I was out with another pack. I've been training with them because I've beat practically everyone around here, so it's gotten boring, he proclaimed proudly, and I just can't help but wonder where the time went. Years ago, this little boy stood just around my waist, and now I have to bend my neck upwards just to look him in the eye. The last time I've ever seen him, he was also too scared to fight others. I was the only one he trained with because he was terrified of getting hurt, and now he had gotten bored of fighting. Goddess, who is this boy? I shake my head with a small smile. It's okay. Wow. I'm a little speechless. It's so good to see you again, Sky. You've grown so much. You're so handsome, charming, excessively good-looking, he teased with a playful smirk. Sure, all of the above, but also your hair, I said softly as my hand couldn't help but reach for his once white hair now turned completely black. Did you dye this? He nodded his head with a proud smile. Yup, the second I found out you were coming back. I wanted you to feel more at home, and I can't really change my eye color, except for contacts, but those hurt my eyes, though I can change my hair color. One box dye was all it took. Do you like it? I think I'm going to cry. I feel my eyes getting watery as I stare at the once little boy, now somewhat a beast in front of me. I can't believe he could think of something so sweet. Sure, to others it was just hair, but to me that sentiment meant so much. I couldn't help but pull him in for a hug, even though I couldn't really wrap my arms around him entirely since his upper body was like a tree trunk. Oh, Sky, I love your hair and I'm so happy to see you again. I tell him as he practically smothers me with his embrace too. Neo is right. We do have a family here. Uncle Sky? Neo's little voice echoed as well as his excited shrieks. Hey, big man, how's training to be a part of the polar bears going for you? Sky asked as we walked closer to the frozen lake. It's great. Daddy is an amazing teacher. Watch me make a circle, Neo proudly says before gliding around the ice like a natural skater. I am amazed at how easily he moves around as if his skates are connected to his feet, and on the turn to complete the circle, he doesn't even break a sweat. That was amazing, big man, Sky commented, and we all clapped at him. Are you sure this is your first lesson, sweetie? I asked, and he nodded his head. He's a natural. His mom would have to keep up, River said with a teasing smirk, and I shot him a glare. Oh, I'll show you, River. I may not have been able to ice skate back in Arizona, but Chad was friends with the owner of a roller rink there, and during breaks we would often go there to chill. Let's just hope some of my balance on roller skates could magically transfer on ice. Your brother is such an ass, I muttered to Sky as I tightened my laces and he put on his skates. He is, he agreed instantly. But honestly, he's been really good to Neo lately. The first night he arrived here, he was so scared, and River never left his side. He did everything just to get him to fall asleep soundly, and he stayed up all night watching him from the side. I've never seen him so happy and content. Sometimes I wonder if my brother got abducted by an alien and was replaced by someone else. Sky let out a chuckle. I let out a soft chuckle too, mostly in order to mask what I was really feeling towards his words. Imagining River being there for Neo made my heart soft, no matter how hard I tried for it not to do so. It was difficult for me not to admit that Neo having a father after years of just being the two of us was somewhat a dream come true, but it didn't mean it wasn't affecting me emotionally still. Let's hope the River replacement the aliens gave to us is much better, or else they'll be getting a 1-star review. I joked, and Sky and I laughed as we walked to the ice. At first, I was a little wobbly, but a few minutes later, I was able to find my balance, and fortunately, the ice didn't seem so slippery after all. Thank you, Chad and friend. When I was sure that I was much more comfortable and my skates felt less constrictive, I decided to do something I've learned on roller skates. Placing my weight in the middle and tightening my stomach, I sucked in a deep breath before twisting my body and letting the blades on the ice spin me around like a ballerina in a jewelry box. Wow, when did you learn how to spin like that? River looked at me astonished, and I'm not going to lie, flexing a little made me feel good with myself. That was so cool, Mommy. Neo clapped his hands as he looked at me with a bright smile. Show off, Sky teased, but I could tell from his grin that he still found my spin cool. I shrugged my shoulders as I huffed a cold breath. What did I say? I've been practicing not to fall. I told them with a proud grin. I managed to get a second glance towards River, and I could have sworn in those crystal clear blues of his. He understood the underlying message in my words. An hour later, my feet and legs were sore, and the sun was starting to set. I could feel the jet lag taking a toll on my body, and if I pushed myself any further, I think I'd collapse. I need a very, very long rest. I skated over to Neo, whose eyes were glued at River and Sky as they were gliding around ice like pros. I told them not to do anything too risky, such as jumps or bumping into each other, as this would show violence towards Neo, and I didn't want him to copy them. They were doing really well so far. Zane told me that after I left, their relationship as siblings was also affected, so looking at the two laughing and smiling was admittedly very heartwarming in a way. Hey, my little hockey player. I lowered myself next to Neo. Hi, Mommy, he says with a wide smile. Are you tired? We should go back home so you can rest before dinner time. Neo shakes his head. No, I want to skate more. Daddy hasn't taught me how to do the hockey stop. Oh, Neo. I calm him down as I hold onto his waist. Daddy, I cleared my throat as I felt uncomfortable saying the word. He also has stuff to attend to, so he needs to go. Neo continued to shake his head. But I still want to learn, he pouts. Just then the two brothers slide and stop next to us. No worries, big man, I can teach you, but only for another hour, then we have to get some rest before dinner. What do you say? Sky suggested, and Neo agreed immediately. I mouthed the word thank you to him, and he gave me a quick wink before taking Neo away. And then there were two. River was the one that broke the silence as we took off our skates at the side. Thanks for letting Neo skate with me, he said with a soft tone. Don't thank me. As long as it makes my son happy, I'll allow it. And I have a feeling this wouldn't be the last time. I let out a sigh, he really looks up to you. River turned to me, a sense of appreciation obvious in the way he looked at me, and I thought I was going to melt right then and there at how his eyes just stared at me so deeply, like he was in love. I shook my head and looked away before the thought went any further. You have no idea how much that means to me, Kay, especially coming from you, and I promise I'll do everything I can to be the best father Neo deserves. I don't say anything. I just gather my things and push myself off of the snow. Maybe be the best mate too, if you would let me, River added, and this made me stop frozen on the ground. I turned to him with a baffled look. What are you saying? You already have a Luna. What I told you that night back in Arizona, I mean it. I meant every word, Kay. I'll reject her for you, for us. I made a mistake letting you go years ago, but I don't want to make that mistake again. Let me be there for you and Neo. Please. My chest started to tighten and my heart beat so fast I thought I was going to get a heart attack. Fuck, get a hold of yourself, Keira. I don't know what to say. A part of me knows I should decline his proposition, but the other part of me? Yeah, that part wants it to be true. It wants it to say yes because all she's ever really wanted is this. A husband, a son, a happy family in a pack where they could live out the happiest days of their lives. I deserved it, didn't I? After everything, I deserve at least this much. Keira, River called me, and the butterflies that had become dormant in my stomach came back to life at the way he said my name and looked at me. He walks closer and closer until he's about 3 inches away, and my sense of smell is intoxicated by his scent. I think I'm going to faint. I love you, Keira. I love you, and I'm sorry I forgot that before, but I promise I won't ever again. I hope you can forgive me this time, but even if you can't, I'll work every single day of my life to prove that I am worthy of you again. River said as he took my hand and looked at me sincerely. Oh goddess, what do I do? River Colden. It's been exactly 1 month since Keira arrived back home in our pack, and things around here couldn't get any better. Well, it could if she would just take me back again, but that was a completely different story. But aside from that, our pack seemed like it was getting much better with her around. I didn't even have to ask her to help. A few days after she arrived, she seemed to be more than willing after Zane and Sky informed her about how not so favorable the pack had been in the years she was gone. The two of them were the closest and most comfortable she was with at the beginning, but as each day passed, she seemed to have started loosening up to the others, and I was sure that eventually she would wholeheartedly accept the Alpha crew again. Hopefully, including me. I knock on the door and wait for Keira to let me in. It's around 6 in the morning, which is usually the time I come to her and Neo's room with a tray filled with food for the two of them. A minute or so later, she opens the door slowly, and that's when I see her gorgeous face. Even after just waking up, she still looked stunning. Messy bedhead hair that I want to run my hands through, long lashes fanning her golden brown eyes, and those soft pink lips that take every part of me not to kiss. Good morning. I greeted her with a friendly smile before raising the tray up for her to see. Breakfast. She brushed her hair back and her scent easily intoxicates me. I grit my teeth in order to push my urges. Good morning, she responds softly. Thank you for the food, but you don't have to keep bringing us breakfast every morning. We can eat at the banquet, too, she explains. I shake my head. Nonsense. I want my son and my... I paused as I tried to find the fitting word to explain who she was in my life. My son's mom to have 5-star service. 5-star service? When did this place become a hotel? She let out a soft chuckle and I could have sworn my heart did a somersault at the sound. Pretty much since you arrived, the 5-star service is exclusive for you and Neo. I told her, and it was obvious she got a little shy as her cheeks blushed. Fuck. I want to kiss her so bad. God damn it. Control yourself, River. Keira cleared her throat before raising her hand to her neck and rubbing it sheepishly. Thanks again for the food. I'm sure Neo will love it. Sure, yeah, no problem. I'll see you later for training? Yup. Yeah, training. I'll be there, she said quickly as if she was trying to get rid of me as fast as possible, and before I could say anything else, she closed the door on me and I was left standing outside all alone. I let out a deep sigh. Enjoy the food, I whispered to nobody in particular but the door in front of me. What are you doing outside of Keira's door looking like a creepy stalker? I swiftly turned my head to the side and saw Zane looking at me with a smug smile. Shut up, I'm not a stalker, I replied to him with a huff before turning away from the door. So you admit you're creepy then? He continued to tease as we walked down the hallway. I shot him a glare and he chuckled as he raised his hands up in surrender. Did you hear about what happened during patrol last night? They caught a wandering rogue. I think they're from Akershus Fortress, based on the brown fur and bloodshot eyes. Another one? I turned to him annoyed. That's the third one this month. Why the hell do they keep going here? I sighed in frustration. Zane shook his head, unsure. No bloody idea, but on the bright side, Aspen and his team finally figured out how to do the black screen Keira does, and hell, it has been the most useful thing. I wish we could trademark an ability so then nobody else outside our pack can use it. That would be useful, for sure, but just having Keira back has definitely made our lives much easier. I didn't realize how much impact she held until she left, and now that she's back, it's like everything is just better, you know? I confessed to Zane, and the knowing smile on his face tells me he agrees wholeheartedly. He stopped walking and placed his hand on my shoulder. I looked at him with a raised brow. So you better make sure you don't fuck it up again, or I swear to the goddess Sky, and I will beat your ass up, Zane said with a serious tone and expression, and I know he meant every single word. He may have stayed by my side instead of going with Keira the first time around, but I know the second I mess up, he'll be out of here before I could even utter a word. My mouth was already open, about to respond, when I caught a mind link from someone I had no energy nor interest to talk with. River? River. The voice echoed in my head, and though a very small part of me still gets enticed at hearing her voice, the bigger part of me gets annoyed more because she's been trying to communicate with me every day since I had her leave. River, I know you can hear me. Please talk to me. When can I come back home? Please let me go back there. I miss you. I closed my eyes and let out an annoyed sigh. When I opened them back up, Zane was staring at me in a mocking way. Ivy? He asked in a whisper as if Keira would be able to hear him, though he's always been cautious like that. I nodded my head begrudgingly. Sucks to be you, he said without a single hint of remorse. I rolled my eyes at him. You're a dick. At least I have one, he teased. I scoffed at him. You haven't even used it in what years? He looked at me smugly. And you have. His question wiped the smirk off of my face instantly. Touché. Then we both laughed before I cut off the mind link so I could go about my day without any distractions. Life in the pack really has been just pure bliss. My schedule as Alpha involves the usual training, meetings, and patrols. In between those, I always make time for Neo, and once I'm done with all my duties, Neo and Keira are always my first priority. Hey, Daydreamer. Eyes on me. Focus. My father, former Alpha, does 2 claps to get my attention, and I shake my head back to the present. Sorry, I mumbled as I stretched my back and shoulders as we moved our feet in calculated movements around the mat. Today, I have one-on-one training with River Colden. Once every few weeks, he and my mother take a break from traveling and come to visit. Mostly for Neo, but my father likes to challenge my strength while he's here. Distracted? That's not a good Alpha trait. My father said in a wary tone, and I let out a deep breath. It's a normal trait that every normal being has, I said to him, emphasizing on the normal. Not for a Colden. What are you so distracted with? Keira? My muscle jaw ticked. Damn, he hit the nail on the head. Maybe. I deflected and took that opportunity to lunge towards my father and pull him in a headlock. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to lock it in tight enough, and he managed to escape, and before I could even calculate my next move, my father has already flipped my body down to the mat and is pressing almost 70% of his body weight on me, so I can't budge. Fuck. He grins at me. It's Keira, isn't it? Say it, son. I groaned. It doesn't matter. I try to push him off of me, but he almost crushes my rib with his knee. Tap out, I tell him, but he doesn't seem to care. I'm not moving until you tell me, son, he said, and I knew that my stubbornness was pretty much inherited from him, so either I tell him now or we'll be here for hours. I sighed. Fine, it is Keira. And Ivy. I'm kind of stuck in a crossroad here. His right brow lifted like he can't believe I'm worried about such a measly thing. Stop being stuck and just pick a woman. Problem solved, he said casually before getting off me, and I quickly got up and dusted myself off. Yeah, if only it was as easy as that. I can't get myself to do it. I pursed my lips as I felt guilt course through me. The day I told Ivy to leave, Gray and I felt a surge of pain that was indescribable. I can't imagine how much worse it would be if and when we reject her. I'm not looking forward to it at all, but I know one of these days I would need to make a choice, maybe sooner rather than later. It could be easy, my father said with a strong tone as he pushed his finger on my chest. You've already wasted 1 month, any more, and Keira will know that you're not taking her seriously, and she'll permanently close off, letting go of your chances of ever getting her back. You need to make a choice, River. Ivy is your mate, yes, but do you really think she will be beneficial to your pack? To our pack? Think hard and decide on that, because it's not only your life that's on the line here, it's everyone's. I swallowed hard. My father had a very good point, and it's not the first time I thought of it. Just hearing it from someone other than myself felt different, and he was definitely right. I guess my biggest concern was that if I reject Ivy and Keira doesn't take me back, then what? I'll have nobody in that. That just doesn't feel right. I didn't bother telling my dad that, though, because only I can figure this out on my own. Tak, Papa. Thanks, Dad. Oh, don't thank me. He smirked. Another round, tough guy. This time you're buying your mother a spa date if you lose, he said before tapping my shoulder twice and positioning himself for another battle. I grinned. You're on, old man. River Colden. Good job, Neo. Just keep your leg muscles tight and don't forget to turn your body to the angle you want to stop in, I reminded Neo, who was gliding perfectly on the ice. Yes, just like that. Amazing job, I shouted at him before clapping, and he smiled widely at me. Thank you, Daddy, he shouted back at me as he waved his hockey stick. He's been training for a while now. Sometimes I wonder if he really wants to join a real hockey team, at how determined he is to learn. But I don't ask, because right now I just like spending time with him, doing what he loves. Making up for lost time is all that matters. That was really good, son. You'll be a pro in no time, I complimented him as we took off our ice skates together. It was nearing dinner time, and Keira had set a strict schedule for the times we spent together. He has to be back at the castle 2 hours before dinner so he can have time to shower and rest. At first, she would join us as I was sure she was nervous for him, but eventually she seemed to trust me more and more, and just recently she let us go alone. It was nice to see that Keira was starting to open up to me. My father's words echoed in my head. You've already wasted 1 month. Any more, and Keira will know that you're not taking her seriously, and she'll permanently close off, letting go of your chances of ever getting her back. My chances of ever getting Keira back was slowly but surely fading. I need to decide as soon as possible. Daddy? Neo called out for me as he let his hand out, and I held on to it while we walked back home. What's up? Neo's eyes flashed with a hint of uncertainty before swallowing and asking, why don't you and Mommy sleep in the same room? Oh, I ask her that too, but she says that I shouldn't worry about it. I know that you two were away from each other for a while, but we're here now, so why aren't you two together? Neo's curiosity is so innocent that it was hard to tell him a lie. I give him a reassuring smile before lowering myself to meet his eyes. Don't worry. Okay, big guy. Your Mommy and I, well, we're in a rough patch right now, but I'm trying to fix it. I want you to know that I'm doing the best I can so that we can sleep in the same room again. When will that be? Neo asked. Oh, I wish I knew, buddy. Soon. Very, very soon. But for now, why don't you do me a little favor? His eyes lit up at the proposition. What is it? How about putting in a good word for me with your Mommy from time to time? This will help our relationship get better faster, and soon we can even sleep in one room if you would like. How's that sound? I love it. Okay, Daddy, don't worry, I'll be your little wingman, Neo proclaimed, and I looked at him confused. Wait, who did you learn that word from? Uncle Sky, he said with innocent eyes. Oh, that bad influence idiot. I'm telling him off later, but for now, I have a bigger fish to fry. I lifted Neo up and steadied him on my shoulders as we continued our walk back home. River, you're here. Ivy greeted me with wide and shocked eyes. Pete, please come inside. She pushed open the door of her pack house and almost pulled me in. I don't want to take up much of your time, I told her, and the excitement on her face changed to disappointment in seconds, but she quickly tried to mask it. What do you mean? You never waste my time, River. I'm really glad you're here. Did you miss me? Because I missed you? Her eyelashes flirtatiously flutter at me, and when I felt her warm hands on mine, I stiffened up. I had to stop myself from moaning out loud, but it was hard when the mate bond sent electrifying tingles all over my body, and even Gray was awakened at the touch. Come inside, please. My parents aren't home, and we can make as much noise as we want. She licked her lips and insinuated the obvious. And goddamn if it wasn't pulling me in like a fish when it sees a bait. Fuck. Stop it, River. Control your fucking self. Tell her what you're here for. No, I growled softly as I managed to step away from her hold. Her facial expression turned sour, but she wasn't backing down. She regained her composure and smiled widely at me. Okay, no problem. You can stay out here. I have my bags ready, so I can just get it real quick so we can leave. Wait for me, please. Ivy was about to turn around when I grabbed her arm. No, you're not coming back with me, I said to her, but I could already feel the bond killing me for what I was about to do. What? Why? River? Don't do this. Don't. I'm begging you. Ivy had started to cry, and I could feel Gray softening with her tears. As much as we knew what was best for our pack, we still couldn't deny that our bond was real, and it was strong. I hated that Ivy did what she did, but I hate it more that the moon goddess had given me a mate that was hard to love. Ivy dropped down to her knees and held onto my legs pleadingly. Her once always perfectly straight silver hair was now a mess, and her mascara had colored the skin around her eyes black that she almost looked like a raccoon. Though it hurt to see her like this, I knew what I had to do. This was for my pack, for my family, for Keira. I know it may seem like I'm just doing this because of Neo, because of an heir, but that's not what it is. When Ivy showed up, my entire world was never the same. How could I have denied the one person that made me feel everything? I was desperate to find her for years that her arrival had me stunned. I couldn't focus on anything, on anyone, because I had to be with her for all the years I had lost. But then, the rose-tinted glasses started to fall off. I admit I had my shortcomings, especially with Keira. But it's that realization that I fucked up by pushing her aside without a word and abandoning her when she needed me the most that truly made me come to terms that she is really who matters the most to me. Neo is just a blessing that came with her unexpectedly, and I'll be damned if I let this woman get in between what a happy family we could be. I sucked in a lungful of breath and prepared myself for the pain I was going to experience once I severed the bond that was supposed to be forever. Ivy Quinn, I, River Colden, Alpha of the White Howlers, reject you as my mate. You are no longer my Luna. It's hard to describe the type of relationship River and I have with each other. Sometimes I even wonder if it is possible to describe it in the first place. We have a son together, but we're not really considered a family. We're parents, but we're not in a relationship. It's a very complicated conundrum that I hate thinking about. But once in a while, when River turns to me with that stupid, gorgeous smile on his stupid, gorgeous face, I can't help but think, what if we were more in each other's lives, not just in our sons, more close with one another and not just awkwardly conversing from time to time, more in love and not just two confused adults with very confusing feelings. I hear a knock on the door and I already know it's exactly who I was just thinking of. It's 6 a.m, and River is waiting right outside the door, holding a tray filled with breakfast food for Neo and I, as he had been doing on the dot for the last 2 months. Good morning, I greeted him, and his blue eyes were the first to look at me, and they're just so mesmerizing that it's impossible not to look away. Hey, sorry I'm a few minutes late. I had an emergency patrol this morning, and I rushed to make breakfast, but just didn't finish on time. I promise the food's still good, though, he said with a soft smile. Wait, what? I was genuinely confused. I didn't even stop to think about the fact that it could be past 6 a.m, because I had gotten so used to him arriving at that time. Though now that he mentioned it, the sun that I could see from Neo's window did look higher than usual. And also, the bags under his eyes were a darker shade. Not that it made him look any less handsome, and I wouldn't even have noticed had he not mentioned it, since I was too busy being reeled in by his blues. What? He repeated my question like a parrot. You decided to make us breakfast instead of getting some sleep after what was probably a strenuous patrol? I looked at him, equal parts confused and shy, because did he really just do all of that for me? He nodded his head like it was nothing, because maybe to him, it is. I didn't want to miss a day, he confessed so casually. Anyways, I should get going. He wasn't able to finish his sentence when his stomach sounded off loudly. He was hungry. River's face turned instantly tomato red, just as his eyes looked like they were going to pop out of his sockets. His stomach grumbled even louder. I couldn't hold on to my laughter at that point, and I may or may not have felt slightly guilty as I watched River turn even more embarrassed. Come on, I said to him as I pushed the door a little further open. He tilted his head at me, confused. What? Are you letting me inside? Oh, no. I just opened the door for the ghost to come inside, I said sarcastically, and his head shifted to the side. Wait, there's a ghost here? River, I say to him with a chuckle, slightly losing my patience. Sorry, he mumbled before awkwardly walking into the room. His steps are calculated and slow, as if there are hidden landmines around the area and one wrong step could explode one. Daddy? Neo's soft voice comes from inside the treehouse. Yup, it's me, buddy. River responds as we pass through the jungle obstacles as well as the scattered toys around the area. Sorry, it's a bit of a mess. I mumble to River and he looks at me like I just said something absurd. Kay, you have a 5-year-old child. Of course it's going to be messy. I mean, it's not even that messy to begin with. You're doing an amazing job as a mom, whilst also doing so much for the pack. What's that term they use? He turns his head in thought before looking back at me again. His smile widened and there was a glimmer in his eyes that made my heart skip. A superwoman. I blushed. No one's ever called me that, nor did I ever think of it like that, but now that he's said it, it seemed nice. River climbs up the treehouse effortlessly, his biceps getting larger as his muscles flexed. Is it just me or did it get hotter here? I fanned myself with my hands before passing River the tray of food so we could eat inside. Let me help you, River says as he lets out his hand for me to take. For a split second, I debated between accepting it or being, a strong, independent woman, but before I knew it, my body had somewhat gone on autopilot mode and grabbed his hand. The feeling of his warm skin on mine immediately sent tingles down my spine, and it was enough to awaken me instantly. Goddess, how does he still have this effect on me after all these years? River sat on the small green beanbag next to Neo's bed. Good morning, little Tarzan. How was your sleep? Good, Neo said with a wide smile. Except when Mommy hogs the blanket and starts snoring, he added, and this made River chuckle loudly. I turned to him aghast. I do not. You do too, Neo said laughing, and I couldn't tell if he was teasing me or telling the truth. Actually, I think I do remember you snoring back then. Looks like you haven't broken that habit yet, Kay. River said as the two laughed together. My cheeks flushed and my face felt warm. I'm being ganged up on by my son and his dad. I should be annoyed, but seeing the two laugh so warmly with each other, I can't think about anything except for how cute they look. Oh, laugh it off, you two. I scoffed at them, but a few seconds later, Neo crawls over to me and gives me a hug. I still love you, Mommy, he says with a heartwarming smile, but you should sleep with Daddy soon. Neo, I say, appalled, as I was not expecting that at all. When I looked over to River, he had his lips pursed and was trying not to laugh. I shot him a glare and he raised his hands up, but I could tell he was still holding in a snicker. As we ate the breakfast River brought, I couldn't help but steal some glances towards him. His features had become stronger over the years. Sure, he had the same hair color and eyes and everything, but it's like he grew into his face even more, and he looked much more mature too. I liked it. Liked. Daddy, Neo shouted excitedly, quickly pulling me out of my thoughts. Look, I can catch a peanut with my mouth. Neo proceeded to throw one of the peanuts up in the air and effortlessly catch it with his mouth. River clapped like it was the most entertaining and amazing thing in the universe. And somehow, in some way, I began to think to myself, it might not be too bad getting closer with him. After we finished breakfast, Neo wanted to play with him in his little jungle playground, but I could tell River was drained. I was the one that stepped up and said no for him because I could tell he was incapable of doing so to his son, which was in all honesty a nice but hard trait. It'll bite him in the ass one day in the future, so it's better for him to learn it now. Sorry I couldn't play with Neo more, and thanks for saying no for me, River said with a sheepish smile as we stood by my door. Don't worry about it, I told him with a reassuring smile. I know you want to make up for lost time, but you also need to rest. I won't hold it against you if you can't be there for him 24/7, just so you know. There was a flicker of hesitance in his blue eyes that tugged at my heart. Did he actually think that I would? Damn. I should go then. Thank you again, Kay, for letting me join you. I really liked it. He gave me a soft smile. You're free to join again next time, and the next, and you get me, I said, and his face brightened like I had just given him the best news yet. Oh, wow. Yeah, of course, I would love that. I'm not sure if it was River's charming smile or the small, happy chuckle that he did that may or may not have slightly hypnotized, but the next thing I knew, I had stood up on my tiptoes and wrapped my arms around him and gave him a hug. At first, his whole body was stiff, but it didn't take long for him to relax, and I felt his arms behind me too. It was nice. Like, really, really nice. I realized all this time that we've never had any sort of physical touch ever since we saw each other again, and I guess maybe my body had craved for it this whole time, and in that moment, it just went for it. Thank you, I whispered, for everything that you've done and are doing for Neo and me. You've made staying here less bad than I thought it would be, thanks to your efforts and for respecting my wishes. Having him so close to me like this, for some reason, was making me say all these things that I had been keeping to myself for a while now. I feel River's grip tighten around my waist and his face buried deeper on my neck. I think I could stay here for a little while and I wouldn't even be mad. Kay, River says. There's a pause, a silence that lingers between us, and it's not uncomfortable or awkward. And for the first time since I saw him again, this is the most relaxed we've been together. What do you think about getting inaugurated again? He asks, and this makes me pull away from the hug, but my arms are still hanging on his shoulders, and he's still holding on to my waist while I blink at him in thought. It looks like we're about to dance, save for the swaying and the music. As in, officially be part of the White Howlers. Again? He nodded his head, and there was a certain sincerity in his eyes that took me aback. Honestly, I thought you would have done it before, but when you didn't, I had no idea when I should bring it up, or if I even should. When you hugged me, I kind of thought, maybe you want to be a part of us again, and we could be connected more. But I mean, I'm not pressuring you, of course. Take your time. You know we'll always be here. He smiles. I bit my lip nervously. I may have thought of it once or twice, but always told myself that I didn't need to do it. That being here was already more than enough, but then I realized that if I was to be here in the long run, being able to mind link with everyone would be useful when it comes to my tasks. I took a deep breath. I'll think about it, okay? I said to him, and River just gave me a warm smile. After he was gone, Fuyu popped up in my head. Maybe it's time. She sighed. Maybe. The thing about second chances is that you never know you believe in it, or you tell yourself that you don't. But sometimes life happens and you find yourself debating whether or not it's the right choice to give another chance, or you're just setting yourself up for another heartbreak. The worst part is thinking that it might even be more painful than the last. And I don't know if I'll be able to survive that if it happens again. I can still hear someone's breathing. I shouted in the middle of the woods, and the wolves around me stiffened. 15 giant beasts surrounded me, one who wasn't shifted, yet it was obvious that they still held a sense of fear. That was how training with me usually went. I loved the feeling of control and power amongst my peers. I walked over to the left side as I followed the sound of a constrained breathing until I reached a white and brown wolf that looked like he was going to pass out any second from now. Chris, I said as I looked him in the eye. I probably seemed like a dwarf next to a giant wolf, but Chris was staring at me terrified, and if wolves could sweat, he would be doing that right now. This technique only works when you're doing it the right way, so if you don't, you're just slowly killing yourself. I explained to him, and his wolf just stared at me, still unsure. I walked closer to him and gently placed my hand on the side of his head and started to caress it. Find your inner breathing. Don't just hold your breath. Inhale deep, 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 and then cut. Don't think about anything else. Empty your mind, your body, and focus on your inner breathing. I felt Chris's whole body come from abnormally stiff to extremely relaxed, and I knew that he figured it out. Great job, I patted him before turning back to the other wolves and walking back to my spot in the middle. Now last 5 minutes and we're done for the day? When the timer ended, most of the wolves shifted back into human forms while others went away on wolf foot. I felt someone getting closer to me from behind, and when I turned around, it was Sky and his humongous wolf. He looked almost exactly like Gray, River's wolf, but Dash's gray streaks were of a lighter shade. In the dark, though, it was harder to tell which was which. His name also came from the fact that he was quickly becoming the fastest wolf on foot in the pack. The boy could beat a Ferrari without much effort. We had never seen anything like it. "You did good today, Dashy," I said to him with a smile and gentle pats on his head. Dash lowers his head and practically nuzzles his nose on me. I giggle at the contact. All right. I need to get back to the castle. Want to give me a lift? I'm too lazy to shift, and I quite like the clothes I'm wearing." Probably the only downside of shifting was losing nice clothes, and right now it was a blush pink top and light washed jeans. Dash gave a nod, and just as I was moving to get on top of his back, Gray appeared out of nowhere. The two looked at each other for a split second, and I could tell what had gone down in their mind link the second Gray turned to me, and his striking light blue eyes pierced into mine. "You ride with me," he said. Well, in my mind, that's what he said, but I can't really hear him. I gave Dash one last smile before he sped off, disappearing in a millisecond. I held on to River as he took his time running back to the castle. Normally, I would want to move faster than this, but being close to River's wolf, feeling his fur on my body as we walked together at a relaxing pace, didn't seem so bad to me. A few minutes later, I started to get confused because we had deviated from the castle route. "Where is River taking me?" I tap on Gray. "Where are we going?" I asked as if I would understand what he was going to say. Gray merely gave a soft howl, and for some reason, it seemed to me as if he was saying not to worry. I decided to just go with it, since I knew Neo was being taken care of by his grandparents right now, and I had some time to kill. When a few more minutes passed and the night sky began to get darker, that was when I realized where we were going. Gray stopped right at the edge of one of the larger lakes that hadn't frozen in the area and let me down gently. He disappears behind one of the bigger trees, and a few minutes later, River comes out in sweatpants. I didn't think a gray hoodie and sweatpants would look so romantic, but in between the gorgeous lights that surrounded us and that breathtaking smile on his face, it was hard not to deny. For the past 2 weeks, River and I had gotten closer than I ever thought to be possible. He's eaten breakfast with Neo and I every morning, and he's even helping design my own room because apparently Neo is sick of my snoring, which I still don't believe happens. They said today was the brightest of the year, River said as he stood next to me, hands in his pockets and eyes staring at the sky where the northern lights shined brightly. "Yeah, I think you're right. It's gorgeous. I almost forgot that it was this magnificent up close. I've grown up seeing these lights, but after I left, there was nothing like it in Arizona. I longed to see it again, but knew that that dream was close to impossible. I can't believe that I was right here, standing on snow, watching its beauty unfold in front of me, with River right by my side. It was surreal. We just stood there for what seemed like half an hour. No words were exchanged, but the silence was nothing close to uncomfortable. On the contrary, it was so calm and peaceful that at that exact moment when I closed my eyes and in my heart, I knew what I wanted to say, what I wanted to do. "River," I called for him as I turned to face him. His blue eyes twinkled like the colors above us, and my heart beat nervously. Was I really going to do this? Was it really time for me to believe in second chances? Time to accept my life here? I don't know. I really don't. but something tells me that I won't really ever know, so it didn't matter if I knew the answer now or not. What mattered is that I felt at peace with my decision. I think I'll do it, I said to him, my words coming out softer than I wanted it to, but I was so nervous I could barely hear my own thoughts through the loud beating of my heart. River's face brightened like he was excited. You'll do it? I have a feeling he knows what I'm talking about, but I think he wants me to say it just to be 110% sure. I shook my head with a small chuckle, and just as I was about to speak up again, my phone vibrated in my pocket, and during this intimate moment, I would ignore it. But something else made me stop talking as I pulled out my phone. Sorry, hold on, I said to River. When I opened the message, that's when I realized why I was drawn by it. The message was from Titus. It was just one word, but it was all that I needed to understand. Furusato, Titus Bane. Alpha, we've finished setting up the new schedule for patrols around the edge of the border, Egan said as he ran up to follow me. It was 7 a.m, and I was just finishing up my usual run. Phoenix was still pretty active, and I could feel his energy running through my veins, meaning I could still go for another hour. But today, I had something else to do. Something I'd been waiting for a couple of days now, and I'd be lying if I said I wasn't a little too excited than usual. In a few hours, I would be flying off to Norway with Trinity. I didn't think I'd be seeing her so soon, though soon was a rather vague word since it's been almost 3 months since I last saw her, yet also felt like a lifetime since then. But when Trinity begged and pleaded for countless days that the only thing she wanted for Christmas was to visit Keira and Neo in their home, it was hard to say no, to her and to my underlying desire to go too. Great job, I pat him on the back, and he just blinked at me confused. Aren't you going to check if I had chosen the right guards or the right schedules for them? Egan asked with furrowed brows. I shook my head at him. It's fine. I trust you. You've been my gamma for years now, so I know you know what you're doing. He let out a disbelieving chuckle as he stared at me mouth agape. I don't blame him for being so shocked, but I would at least appreciate him giving me the benefit of the doubt. I mean, it has been months since I started to change the way I worked as alpha around here. Ever since Keira, I vowed to become a better leader, and I was no longer going to rule with fear. A little was still good, but not a lot unless really needed. The wolves who had betrayed me and imprisoned Keira, though, were a slightly different story. I had let them go off to their mates that had been hidden from them and gave them a choice because they deserved that much, at least. The only thing they couldn't do was go back to the blazing wolves. What happens to them now, I don't know, and I don't really care. They chose their path, and my pack, my family, goes first amongst everything and everyone. I really like this new you. Egan looked at me with a wide grin that was bordering creepy. I smacked the back of his head lightly as a joke, and he let out a loud ouch. I would still tear you apart during training, though, so don't let your guard down, I reminded him. He straightened up his back and gave me a salute. Aye, Captain Titus, sir. I bore my eyes through him in a glare. If you call me that again, I'll be forced to show you my old me again, I said in a half-joke, half-serious way. Egan cleared his throat and gave me a sheepish chuckle. Call you what? I don't know what you're talking about. Anyway, gotta run. Have a good flight and holiday with Trinity. He sped off in seconds, probably scared of the consequences if he had stayed. When I got back to the house, Trinity was waiting for me in the living room with a slightly impatient and overly excited smile. She was wearing a pink and purple outfit that was definitely much too warm for the Arizona heat, and her pink suitcase almost overflowing with her clothes that she was adamant on picking herself. Titus, why aren't you dressed yet? She said with a pout, and I could have sworn for a second it felt like our mother was scolding me. I had to suppress my chuckle. I just need to take a quick shower, then we can drive to the airport. Don't worry, little muffin. We'll be there just in time. I explained to her, and though not thoroughly convinced, she knew she had no choice but to wait. And take off your winter clothes first, or you'll be all sweaty and sticky before you could even see Neo. I told her, and she quickly took off her coat and long sleeves, like it would be a sin to look bad in front of Neo. I think my little sister was getting her first crush. How interesting, and totally not my forte. Half an hour later, we're in the car, and Trinity can't stop gushing over how excited she is for her first flight out of the country as she taps her bracelet that is the same as Neo's. That thing doesn't stop lighting up for more than a couple of hours because of the time zone difference. While Trinity is asleep, I sometimes still see it light up, and I can assume that it's Neo thinking of her, whilst it is likely morning for them and nighttime for us. In less than a day, all of that will change as we all stay in one time zone. You know, you can stop pretending that you're not excited too. Cyrus says from the driver's seat, and though his eyes are focused on the road so I can't see his face, I know he's giving me a teasing smirk. Me? Excited? Such a word is not present in my vocabulary. I tell him emotionless, and he narrows his eyes at me while we're at a stoplight. I know he's trying to find a tiny hint that I am different from my usual poker face and rigid self, but he won't find any. I'm good at masking my emotions, and though he is right, I'm excited as fuck to see Keira. He doesn't have to know that. You're so annoyingly good at being a rock, Cyrus says with a huff before turning back to focus on driving, signaling his defeat. This is my normal state. Sure, Cyrus shook his head, clearly not convinced. You can fool yourself, but you're not fooling me, Alpha. But hey, it doesn't really matter. What matters is that you're finally getting the vacation you deserve. You've done really well the past few months with the pack, and I know it's only just the beginning. That I couldn't help but smile a little at. I may not show my emotions as much as others, but I do show my appreciation for those that deserve it. And Cyrus, my beta, and the closest I have to a family that isn't blood, he's been there for me since the beginning. Well, half of it wouldn't have been possible if I didn't have a damn good beta, so give yourself some props too. I give him a small smile, and unlike me, Cyrus can't contain his excitement as well. His face turns red as he blushes at my words, and he grins at me like an idiot. I know you'll take good care of the pack while I'm gone, I told him just after arriving at the airport. Cyrus nods his head with a sincere smile, just as it quickly turns into a devious one. And you better make the most out of your trip, maybe even come back with an heir. You're not getting any younger, old man. He teases, and just before I could tell him off, he steps on the gas and drives away. I shake my head and mutter, idiot, under my breath. Just then, Trinity takes my hand and we walk into the airport. It's 9 o'clock now and our flight is at 10. Are you ready, big bro? Trinity asks me, and I turn to her, big blue-green eyes staring back at me with so much excitement. I sucked in a lungful of air as I realized that one day from now, I was going to be with my mate again. The flight was going to be long and boring as hell, but it'll all be worth it. Suddenly, at the back of my head, Cyrus' words earlier repeated, maybe even come back with an heir. I pursed my lips tight and my heart started to thump louder and faster. Fuck, what is this I'm feeling? Why am I suddenly nervous? Goddess, am I really thinking that? Am I really considering it? Me and Keira and an heir. Even if it wasn't a boy, having any child with my mate would be something. Somehow, in some way, it didn't sound so impossible. In all honesty, I don't think I'd say no to it either. I could tell Phoenix, too, liked that idea. Easy, Wolf, I tell him in my head. First order of business is to actually officially get her to accept us as her mate, though I'm sure that would prove to be difficult if we're entering a territory we're not familiar with, a territory that is ruled by another alpha that I didn't have a good start with nonetheless. Titus? Trinity calls me again, and I am brought back to the present. We should get to our gate, she informs me, and she's right. We start walking, and now it's her question earlier asking if I'm ready that is running around in my head. Am I ready? I don't know, but what I do know is that when I see her, nothing else will matter. Keira, I'm coming back to you, and I pray to the goddess that your heart hasn't been claimed just yet. Christmas is just as, or even more, grand in the White Castle as it was before. Decorations ranging from Christmas lights hung and lit up, a wreath on all doors, stockings of different colors and names, mini trees per room, poinsettias in full bloom, candles, mistletoes, nutcrackers, you name it. The White Castle looked like Santa had thrown up all over it. Safe to say, Neo was absolutely ecstatic. Back in Arizona, we celebrated Christmas too, but definitely not as extravagant as this. We just had a small Christmas tree and a few gifts, so to him, this was a magical experience. I think another reason for his over-the-moon excitement was also the fact that his best friend, Trinity, was arriving soon. Knock, knock. I let my presence known before opening the door to Neo's room. "Oh, wow," I said, surprised, as I stared at the colorful banner which had "Welcome Trinity" written on it with crayons. Zane and Sky were holding it on each side as Neo looked at it and gave them orders. "A little more to the left. Left? There. I think it's in the middle. Is it, Mommy?" He turned around and I couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of my 5-year-old bossing around two big guys. Said guys just gave me a look that said, "Yeah, we know, but we love him, so here we are." "I think it looks great. Trinity will love it," I told him, and his smile got bigger. "Yay! Thank you, Uncle Zane and Uncle Sky." "Our pleasure, big man," they said before getting down in seconds and ruffling his hair, in which Neo did not appreciate. "No, now I have to brush it all over again," he said, displeased, before running off to the bathroom to likely look in the mirror. Zane and Sky looked at me, completely baffled. "What was that all about?" Zane asked. "Puppy love. His crush is coming, so everything needs to be perfect." I explained, and they simultaneously said, "Ah, what about you?" Zane looked at me with a raised brow. "What about me?" "Yeah, what about her?" Sky repeated. "Your mate, duh. Mr. Titus Bane, Alpha of Blazing Wolves," Zane said with a teasing smile before turning to Sky. "I told you about him." "Oh, right. That guy. Can't wait to meet the dude who put my brother in his rightful place." He chuckled mischievously, almost like an evil laugh. "Yeah, it should be interesting. I'm even more surprised River is actually letting outsiders in and on Christmas. Just the most important and biggest Norwegian holiday. You got the man whipped." Zane said, as a matter of fact. "I do not," I drawled. But deep down inside, I knew he wasn't entirely wrong either. That night, when I got the text from Titus, completely unexpected, I decided to let River know. I had just told him I was willing to do the inauguration to be part of the White Howlers again, but I'd have to put it off, since Titus needed me first. My idea was to fly back to Phoenix for Christmas with Neo, but then River suddenly suggested that instead of us going back there, they would come here. In that way, we could all still be together. And he didn't say it, but I had a feeling he also meant that Titus would be here, and I could let him know that I was staying for good, that I was to be inaugurated back to the pack. So maybe Zane's words did have some sort of truth to it. River was a little whipped. That's 110% true, and you know it, but I won't push it anymore. I just know this holiday is going to be all sorts of entertaining. Zane snickered. "Ho, ho, ho," Sky joked, copying Santa Claus's voice. I merely rolled my eyes at them, but that was just my attempt to mask the nervousness that was brewing inside of me since that night, and I knew sooner or later I was going to have to face it. Soon came in the form of a little girl in a pink and purple winter ensemble, and the man next to her looking exceptionally dashing and handsome, though his outfit had less colors as he wore all black everything. Neo, Trinity. The two greeted each other with little shrieks and with no other second thoughts, ran up to each other for a big hug. Meanwhile, Titus and I were not as carefree as we just stood there, hands on our sides and awkward smiles. "Hey," I greeted him. "Why are you just standing there? Kiss him." Whilst I was a little coy, Fuyu was not as restrained. She badly wanted our mate, and the bond was not helping as it felt like it was luring me closer to him. "Hey, it's really nice to see you again." Titus was a little more open, and I thanked the goddess for that. He took a step forward and another, until he was only a few inches away from me. "You look great. Winter looks good on you. Really, really good." Before I could process what was going on, his hand went up to my face, and the back of his fingers were gently touching my cheek. Soft, warm, and oh so tingly, those were just the few of the things my body was feeling right now. "Kiss him, Keira. Oh my goddess," Fuyu demanded. Titus let out a soft chuckle, and I hadn't been expecting it, so the sound released 1,000 butterflies in my stomach. The gorgeous smile that broke through his usual emotionless face didn't help either. "You're wearing just one top while I'm in 3 layers. I feel kind of stupid, he confessed, and his cheeks turned a light shade of pink. You'll get used to it. I was sweating buckets on my first few days in Arizona. His eyes and his lips smiled, and my stomach did a backflip. Goddess, help me control myself. Keira, Titus was unable to finish whatever it was he was going to say. When River cleared his throat, and when we turned to look at him, it was obvious he was trying his best to keep himself composed. I took a few steps backward, and I could have sworn I saw a millisecond of hurt that formed in Titus's eyes. River, Titus nodded his head slightly. Titus, River acknowledged and did the same. The two were staring at each other, but surprisingly, they didn't look like they were seconds away from ripping each other's heads off, unlike the first time they met each other. At least that's one less thing to worry about. Thanks for letting us stay here for a while. We really appreciate it. Right, Try? Yes, I love it here already. I can't wait to make snow angels and learn how to ice skate. Trinity was quick to share her excitement for being here, and her smile brightened up the place even more. We're going to have so much fun. Thank you, Mommy and Daddy, Neo said, and I don't know if it was just my imagination or if I had heard Titus mumble Daddy behind me, as if he couldn't believe Neo could call River that. Anything for you, son. You should show Trinity your room and where she's staying so she can get settled. Okay. And then there were 3 of us. Awkward. River cleared his throat again. By the way, I forgot to say thank you for, saving Keira and bringing her back. Titus shook his head. Keira saved herself. I was just there for a little help, but it was all her. He directed a kind smile towards me, and my heart was quick to beat at such a small action. Goddess Keira, you need to calm down. River is right there. Right, anyway. Do you mind if I go ahead to my room? I want to put my stuff down too, and maybe after you can give me a tour around the place, Keira? The place looks massive. Don't want to get lost. Titus mentioned, and I wasn't sure if he was joking or serious, but what I was sure was that Fuyu, and maybe me too, wouldn't miss a chance to be around Titus again. I would love. No. What? My head snapped so fast to turn to River I thought my neck would break, but I was just so shocked that he would say no on my behalf that I needed to confirm if he had really said it or if it was just a mistake. River looked at us flustered. No, as in, because you have training with me, remember? You promised you'd join my session later today. I don't think you can give him a tour if you're busy, but someone else can do it. Nas knows the place inside and out, he said with a wide and seemingly innocent smile. Silence. Granted, River was right. I did say I was going to join, but it's not like I can't reschedule. Training was going to be there in the coming days. Titus was not. But as River and Titus stared at each other, and it became clear that one was trying to over-intimidate the other one, I knew that it wasn't just the training I would miss that River was worried about. It was because he didn't want me to be alone with Titus as much as possible. I'm sure she can train with you another time, right, Keira? I looked at Titus, but I could feel River's stare almost melting me to the floor. Titus smiled, and my heart skipped a beat. So, would you bring me to my room so I can get settled? Shit, who do I go with? Titus or River? Get him! Get him! The usually tamed and serious training grounds have wolves screaming left and right with unrestrained cheers. Ah! Another wild uproar of frustrated and entertained screams. Holy shit, someone behind me half whispered, half shouted, like he's never seen anything so unbelievable, yet so hard to look away from. Which is, to be fair, pretty much true, because right in front of us are 2 alphas fighting like there's no tomorrow. Fighting like whoever gets out of this battleground gets bragging rights forever. Fighting like there was no way in hell their male egos would let them lose. Titus managed to bite the right side of River's neck, making River let out a loud whimper. But he quickly regained his composure and with a lot of force rams Titus on a huge tree trunk. Shit! The White Howlers and me are on the edge of our seats. I want to put an end to this, but at the same time, I want to see who will win. Is that bad? I mean, it's not like I told them to fight. They came up with this conclusion all on their own, and it was clear there was nothing I could do or say that would make them change their minds. It's what they both signed up for, a civil war. When River wanted me to join his training and Titus wanted me to give him a tour, somehow it ended up like this. Somehow, the middle ground of the dilemma was for Titus to join training too. The White Howlers were hesitant for an outsider to join, but Titus showed off a few moves, and they were all amazed. They wanted to learn from him. River didn't like this. And Sky, of course, played devil's advocate when he suggested that the two showed off what they both know in battle. Thus it began. First, they were just in human form, one I wouldn't have minded if they kept, because it meant less injuries, and also because they were both topless and sweaty, which was, I wasn't going to lie, a bonus. But a few minutes later, they had shifted in seconds, and the crowd went wild. Like, insanely wild. And suddenly it wasn't just River's set of warriors that he was supposed to train for the day that were watching, but a lot of the other pack members came to snoop around too and see what the fuss was all about. Soon the place was packed, and everyone was cheering and screaming for whichever they were rooting for. Obviously, most were vouching for River, but there were rare ones that seemed to enjoy rooting for the underdog. Not that Titus was anything close to such. The man was close to ripping River to shreds, and I'm sure he could, as well as vice versa, if they weren't controlling their strength and attacks. I thank the goddess that they were actually following the set rules of the game. Nothing close to killing, or else you're disqualified. River's loud growl echoed outside. The vibration of its sound made the trees shake and the birds fly away. Titus had captured River as he kept him down the ground with his upper body. I could see in his eyes that he was determined to not let him move until River tapped out. River, on the other hand, was determined not to give up. He moved and moved, shook his body, squirmed around, and eventually it worked when Titus lost his hold and River took the opportunity to pin him down this time. Titus let out his version of a loud growl, and the crowd went silent for a millisecond, and their facial expressions were all stunned, like they couldn't believe what they were witnessing. Definitely top 5 battles. The woods had been filled with a mix of growls from both Titus and River as they rolled around the ground, fighting for control, for dominance, and for power. At this rate, nobody could tell who was going to overpower the other more. Both alphas seemed unstoppable, and I was worried that if this continued any further, the set battle rules would be forgotten and they'd actually use full strength. That would not be a pretty sight. "Time's up," Aspen shouted, and while the pack members watching voiced out their disappointment, I, on the other hand, was internally squealing in rejoice that this nerve-wracking experience was finally over. "Oi, oi," I said, "time's up." Aspen walked over to both wolves who were still trying to wrestle each other. Thankfully, they pulled away, breathing heavily as low growls continued to rumble in their chests. They still looked like they wanted to continue fighting each other off, but they knew they would answer to me if they didn't stop. That was the best 20 minutes of my life. Sky appeared next to me with a wide grin, almost engraved on his face. He clearly enjoyed his brother getting dragged on the ground. I turned to him with my arms crossed in front of my chest. "I know I said that you've grown up so much, but now I see that you can still be such a kid with a vendetta." I told him, equal parts joking and serious. He pretended to be offended by my words, placing his hand on his chest and letting out a scoff, but the amused smirk on his lips meant otherwise. I can't help it if I love seeing my brother get his ass handed to him. You know, if the fight had lasted for like 5 more minutes, I'm sure that's exactly what would have happened. I'm glad I know I have my own brother's undying support. When I turned around, River was right there already dressed up. If one denim short was considered dressed up, that is. Was there no shirt available, or did he choose to flaunt his extremely hard rock abs and chest? I cleared my throat and shook my head as I turned my gaze back to Sky. Uh-oh, now your ass is the one that's going to be in a lot of trouble. The two of us laughed, but River didn't seem to be as loose. I think he was still reeling in the fact that maybe, just maybe, Sky might be right. He could have lost. Hey, you did great. Like, really great. I'm sure Neo would have been proud of his dad if he wasn't busy ice skating with Tri. I gave him a reassuring smile, and his lips twitched into a smile. Just then, Titus popped up in more clothes than the former. a white top and denim jeans. He was still getting used to the cold. Damn, you had me using up all my stamina back there, Alpha River, Titus said in what seemed like a very friendly tone. Good fight. Haven't had a training battle that worked me up real good like that in a while, so thank you. He let out his hand to shake with River, and there was this infinitesimal second where River just looked at his hand, as if trying to contemplate if he was going to shake it or not. I could have sworn my heart stopped beating as I held my breath until he let out his hand and shook Titus' hand. I let out an internal sigh of relief. Anyways, I'm exhausted, but also very hungry. I'm not sure which I should entertain first. Titus confessed with a light chuckle, and heavens, I think my stomach flipped. Food. Always food. Sky commented at the side, and everyone wholeheartedly agreed. Oh, I have an idea, I said a little too excitedly when it popped up in my head. 3 curious faces stared back at me, waiting for me to continue. I grinned widely. Gingerbread time. An hour later, the White Castle kitchen has never been so bustling as River, Titus, Sky, Neo, Tri, and the Alpha crew joined in on the December 23rd tradition. Did you have a good time ice skating, you two? I asked Neo and Tri, who were using the gingerbread shapes to cut the dough Winter and Allura were doing as a team. The two nodded their heads eagerly. It was awesome. Auntie Elsa taught me how to do an arabesque. Auntie Elsa? I repeated as I glanced towards Allura, who gave me a knowing smile and nod. I can only assume she gave up on correcting her name and accepted her fate, that to try, she was Elsa. That does sound like a lot of fun. Would you like to skate again tomorrow morning? I would love to join this time. That would be amazing. Of course you can join. Tri squealed in happiness. Titus, you're going to ice skate with us too, right? She turned to her brother, who was probably on his 3rd pork belly, mouth hung open as a fork stabbed with the food was hovering close to it. His eyes moved between Tri and I, as he was clearly not convinced. Come on, it'll be fun. I can teach you. I offered, and a smile quickly replaced his unsureness before he gave us a nod. As long as I get to spend time with you, he said before turning to Tri, so I wasn't sure if his words were directed towards me or her. Wonderful. Guess we're all going ice skating tomorrow morning, River announced with a clap of his hands, and I was sure everyone in the room knew why he said that. I just let it go because I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but deep down inside I wondered if it would be like this during Titus's whole stay here. Would River really make sure Titus and I would never be alone together? Can I talk to you for a second? River asked as he appeared next to me with a restrained smile. Sure, yeah. I followed him out of the kitchen after I gave Neo a quick be right back and a don't worry look towards Titus. When are you going to tell him? The door had barely even closed before River was already staring straight at me, impatiently waiting for an answer. An answer I don't think I have, yet. I swallowed nervously as I fiddled with my fingers. Keira, River said, my name coming out rather desperately, and if I wasn't mistaken, a hint of heartbreak in it too. Did you forget? You said you wanted to be part of us again. Wouldn't it be nice for you to be connected to us, just like Neo is? River's words are direct and nothing but the truth. My son is naturally a part of their pack by blood, so when he is old enough, he will be able to link with them, much unlike me. No matter what I do, I can't be a part of their pack unless I officially allow myself to be. I bit my lip in nervousness and looked down at the ground because I can't bring myself to look into River's sincere and genuine blues. I need a little more time as me. I moved my head up to look at River so that he could understand what I was going through, that taking that big step would take a lot out of who I am, who I was, the girl who went through hell after being banished but came back stronger. I know sooner or later I'll have to stop and face the music, but for now, I want to be just me for a little while longer. Everything about this morning is peaceful, yet also filled with energy. Everyone was by the frozen lake at 7 in the morning, just after the morning run, and were all admiring the scenic view. Aside from Neo and Tri, who were already frolicking on the ice, as River and Titus watched carefully like the protective dad and older brother they were. The snow is white and clean, the lake is dazzling under the sun, and the weather was not too cold. That is, compared to the usual, but for Try and Titus, there wasn't much of a difference, as they still wore more layers. "Hear me out," Sky says as he turns to me with a smirk. Sometimes I have this millisecond in my head where I blink, and instead of seeing the 18-year-old Sky, it's the little boy that I used to bake cookies with. White hair, blue eyes, and a bunny tooth smile. Now he's taller, broader, and has a lot more hair on his brows and head that were obviously black as black could be, making his light blue eyes pop from his face even more. He was a handsome young man. I'm just glad he also grew up to be an even nicer person. I looked at him with a raised brow. "What mischievous activity do you have in mind at 7 o'clock? "Snow angels." His smirk widened. "Snow angels?" I repeated in order to confirm if he had really said what I believe I heard. "Snow angels." He confirmed with a head nod before turning and walking over to a flatter part of the snow. I followed after him, walking and digging my foot into the once clean and untouched snow, crushing each uncrushed frozen water crystal with every step. Sky runs ahead before tripping. He dropped face first into the snow, and I couldn't contain my laughter. It was so unexpected, and the way he fell just made it even funnier. He doesn't mind, though, as he uses this moment of him being on the ground already to start his masterpiece. "Hurry up, slowpoke," he says before turning around and lying down on the snow, stretching his arms out and widening his legs. I catch up and plop myself down right next to him. I begin to windshield wiper my hands and legs back and forth until I feel like I've made enough indentation on the ground. Sky pushes himself up to watch me, an amused smile plastered on his face. "Very good work, big sis. Outstanding form," he comments as if he's some kind of judge in a snow angel making contest. I don't know if that's a thing, but it would be interesting to watch. I chuckle at his words before standing up and turning to look at my creation, then to Sky's. "You can tell me the truth," I said to him. "Yours is way better." I guess having longer limbs was a sheer advantage for making snow angels. Mine just looked like someone shoveled on the wrong spots, then decided to redo it. "Oh, don't beat yourself up," he says as he turns to me with a genuine, yet also teasing smile. "Some people were born to create magnificent snow art, and I just so happen to be one of them." I roll my eyes at him before letting out a light-hearted chuckle. There's a few seconds of silence before I turn back to him, only to find him already looking at me. "I don't think I've told you this before, but I'm really glad you're here again," he says, and this time there is nothing tease-like in his voice or expression. He is 110% sincere. "I've missed my big sister," he adds, and I couldn't help but smile. "I'm going to miss you," I said to him, emphasizing the you word. He looked at me confused and worried. "Why? Where are you going?" I shake my head. "Not me, you. When you find your mate, it's just a matter of time, right?" His face relaxed when he realized I wasn't going anywhere, before he looked away and seemed like he was deep in his thoughts. "I'm not in any rush at all. If she shows up, great. If she doesn't, I've got all that I need right here." My smile widened as I continued to look at him, taking in Sky Colden, a fine young man but already filled with so much knowledge and wisdom. I placed my hand on his shoulder, which made him turn to me with a soft look in his eyes. "You're a great guy, Sky. I'm sure whoever she is will be extremely lucky to have you as her mate. You will treat her like a queen." His hand lifted up to place it over mine that was on his shoulder. "You deserve a mate that will treat you like that too. Even if it isn't my brother, as long as you're happy, you should be with him." I gulped as I blinked at him, slightly at a loss for words. I hadn't really thought about it that way. This whole time, all I was thinking of was what was best for Neo, and that was this pack. It was this place where he belonged, this place where he could have both his parents and a big family that would look out for him. My eyes wandered off to the side where I saw Titus. He's off the ice, cheering on Try and Neo with a big smile, and my stomach flutters at just the sight of him. Then there was River. He was already skating next to Neo, holding his hand as they glided around the lake. He was a good dad, a better dad than I thought he could ever be, and Neo was happy. So happy. My heart may long for Titus, my mate, but it's the same heart that prioritizes Neo's happiness first, and if that means choosing River, then I already know my answer. I don't know how long I was staring at the two because the next thing I know, I felt something soft yet slightly hard hit my back. When I turned around, Sky was already behind me and was looking at me with a devilish grin, snowball in hand. "You don't want to do that," I said as I squinted my eyes at him. "Oh yeah, what are you going to do, big sis?" he asks as he slowly saunters his way towards me, savoring the trivial power he currently yielded in his hand. "I'm going to," I start to say, but before I could finish, a snowball lands perfectly on Sky's chest, and when my head swiftly turned to where it came from, Zane was laughing his ass off. "Frost!" Sky shouted, annoyed, before throwing the snowball on his hand towards Zane, but it missed him by an inch. "Thanks for avenging me," I told Zane as he walked up to me. He gave me a quick wink. "Battle isn't over yet. Ready your weapon, soldier." I smiled before dropping down to the snow and started forming one in my hand as quickly as possible. "Yo, this isn't fair. There are way too many people on your team," I heard Sky shout, and when I turned around, Titus and River were already walking closer to us, with snowballs in their hands. Something about seeing two big guys walking with a tiny white ball and clear vengeance on their eyes while two tiny kids tried to catch up from behind them made me laugh. "Aspen, Naz, team up with me," he shouted for help, and not a second later, we had already formed teams and made bases and shields out of snow. Just like that, a snow fight ensued, and laughter filled the air. Instantly, this moment right here became my favorite memory, where there was no judgment, no problems or worries. It was all just a good time and a lot of smiles, though Sky would say otherwise. Unfortunately, I had no idea that a few hours later, havoc would come upon us in the form of an unexpected visitor. "So, how have you been doing?" Titus asked, his eyes focused on me and only me, and I felt like I was getting sucked into them as each second passed. "Have they been treating you okay?" he added, and somehow I could tell he was ready to release hell on earth, depending on what I was going to say. It was 2 p.m. in the castle, specifically in Neo's bedroom. After an eventful morning of playing around the frozen lake with snow arts and fights, we all had a big breakfast, walked around the territory a little, as Neo toured Tri and I with Titus, while River stayed very close, and after eating Risengrinsgret, hot rice pudding served with sugar, cinnamon, and butter, which is a traditional meal for Little Christmas Eve around here, Neo and Tri were completely dog-tired and they were knocked out in the treehouse in less than 2 minutes. Now it was just Titus and I, seated by the little jungle playground in Neo's room. River was here earlier, but had to leave amidst his clear diswant not to, since Aspen needed him to check something by the border. He did say he would be back as soon as possible to celebrate Christmas Eve and his birthday. I've been good. Pretty good, actually. Sometimes there are still moments when I can't believe I'm here again, but everyone's been kind to me and Neo is happy too, so I looked away from his eyes as I focused my attention on moving around the green and white plastic balls in the ball pit, because I know that if I keep staring at him, he might be able to see my true feelings, that I was completely and utterly torn about everything. That sounds... There's a millisecond of a pause. Nice. It's the first time since they arrived of us being alone together. Well, not entirely alone, since Neo and Tree are in the same room, but same sentiment. Fuyu hasn't shut up about moving closer to him, her voice in my head filled with "kiss him" every freaking minute. With that and the mate bond getting stronger by the second, I know that any time now I might actually just do exactly that. I pushed away the thought because I know that if I do, it would be hard to pull away, and then I will just continue to get lost in Titus's arms. I can't afford to do that. I can't afford to risk everything for my feelings. It would be too selfish of me. I have to prioritize Neo. How is everyone in Phoenix? No attacks, right? No other problems? I asked him in order to quickly change the topic, and as well as fill in my curiosity since it has been months since I last heard of them. I could tell Titus knew there was something off about me, that I was trying to avoid something, but thank the goddess for him. He chose to let it go instead. There are a lot of changes, but everyone is great. I go up to the mountains twice or thrice a week, so I won't end up releasing all my frustrations out on any of them. It's hard. I feel like I'm not doing things right. like my father would be disappointed in me if he could see me now. But then I think of you, and I believe that this is for the best. I believe that if you were there as my Luna, you would be happy, and that's all that matters to me. I gasped softly at his words, surprised and honored that I had such an impact in his life. But as well as heartbroken, because as much as I do want to be his Luna, to actually be next to him, I know that I can't, and what I'm about to say to him is going to break his heart into a million pieces. Titus, I start to say it, but it feels like there's something stuck in my throat, or I've gone a year without drinking water, and my tongue is so dry. Don't say it, Keira. Don't you dare tell him we're not going to be with him. Fuyu cut off my thoughts as she shouted in my head. She was mad, angry, furious. She doesn't want me to break our mate's heart, and I know that. Of course I know that. But what fucking choice do I have? For a moment, I let myself think of what my life would be like right now if I hadn't met Titus, if I hadn't chosen to live in Arizona and had gone someplace else away from him and his pack. Things would have been very, very different. I could have lived a life not knowing my mate existed and the truth about my family. In some ways, that would have been a lot easier. Instead, I met Titus and I fell for him. I fell for him without even trying, because that's what mates are. The moon goddess had given us a special someone that is supposed to live in our hearts and our minds because they complete us. If I had met him before I met River, then all of this wouldn't be so complicated. But the thing is, I know deep in my heart that no matter how much pain River had made me experience, I know that I would go back and experience it all over again if it meant giving birth to Neo. And in doing so, I'm ruining the most sacred bond of our kind. I can't be with two people. I can't hope that one will stay while I'm with another. So I have to do this. I have to break someone's heart while mine breaks in the process as well. I let out shuddery breaths before gaining the strength to look Titus in the eye, and the second I did, I realized that somehow he already knows what I'm going to say, and somehow that's made this even harder for me to do. If you're going to break it now. He says with a curve at the side of his lip, like it's a smile, but it's not. It's more of, I accept it, but it still hurts, but I know that you've made your choice and I can't do anything to change it. I want to tell him that I'll never break his heart, that there is nothing to worry about. But that's not true, is it? I'm getting inaugurated after you guys leave. I'm going to officially be part of the White Howlers again. I managed to say, but I can't believe the words that had come out of my mouth. This is where everything starts to shift. This is where the room that was once a cozy and bright place feels like it's closing in on you, and everything is getting darker, just as the world around us is getting scarier, even if technically, nothing outside of our hearts has changed. Titus doesn't say anything, but he doesn't need to. I can see everything he's thinking and feeling in his eyes. Oh, those mesmerizing eyes. I will miss looking at them and getting lost in them. I will never look at a northern light the same ever again, because when I do, I will always keep thinking of how it looks exactly like his eyes. It pains Fuyu and I to see him like this, to see the one we're supposed to love so much look so heartbroken, and it's all because of us. As a tear rolled down Titus's cheek, I realized that he loved me so purely that I had been capable of breaking him and all the tall walls he had built over the years. And a part of me wishes he didn't in the first place, so I didn't have to do this. I'm sorry, Titus. I have to think of Neo, and this is his home. This is his family. I start to apologize to him, but I know no matter what I say, it won't appease what I've done. Nothing will ever be the same between us. He starts to mutter something, but I can't hear it. I inch closer to him and in another. Before he could finish what he was going to say, a cry for help coming from the treehouse had us both immediately alert. Mommy! Mommy, help! Neo's screams echoed in the four corners of the room, and hearing it had every part of me terrified to know what had gotten him to sound so scared and desperate. It didn't take a second for us to get to him, and what we saw was hard to believe was really happening. Mommy, Neo cried. Trinity, something's wrong with Trinity, he said as he pointed to her, to the girl whose body was shaking and having some kind of seizure. She looked like she was dying. Titus Bane. This can't be happening. This can't be fucking happening. Not her, not my little sister, the only family I have left. Fuck. Fuck, I can't control my anger and my confusion. Just a few hours ago, we were having the best time of our lives together. Trinity had never experienced so much snow in such a beautiful winter, and even if she was slightly cold, this didn't stop her from having fun. This didn't stop her from creating memories with Neo and everyone. Now she was lying down on the bed, her body shaking uncontrollably and white foam forming in her mouth. I was stunned. I didn't know what to do. My body was frozen still and everything around me was spinning. Titus Bane! It was only when I heard my name being shouted by Keira that I managed to snap out of it. Thankfully, Titus, I need your help to bring her to the pack doctor. She ordered me, and I quickly got down to my knees as I grabbed Trinity and pulled her into my arms. Where is it? I asked, my voice shaky. I'll take you. Just follow me. It's not too far. She reassured me, and just before we were going down from the treehouse, she took Neo's hand and held on to him tightly. I can't imagine how scared Neo must be feeling right now, but it was his cry for help that probably saved Trinity more than he knows, because if he hadn't, we wouldn't have realized there was something wrong. We ran out of the room, into the hallway, and continued running until we spotted Zane on the way looking flustered. His eyes moved from Keira to me with Trinity in my arms, then to Neo, and it only took him a second to realize what was going on. I'll take care of Neo. You guys go. I gave him a thankful nod as Keira reassured Neo that everything will be okay before leaving him with Zane. I so badly wanted to believe her words, but the more time passed, the more scared I became. I didn't want to lose my sister. Please don't let me lose her. Trinity, please hold on just a little while longer, I said to her as I tightened my hold on her light and small body while trying not to break down in tears. We're near. Just turn left here, Keira said before she guides me towards a corner, and just as she said, there is what looks like an infirmary. A female doctor was coming out of the door just in time, and she spotted us. What is going on? Dr. Crystal, we need your help. We don't know what happened, but she just started having convulsions. Please check on her. I thank the goddess for Keira, because if not for her, I wouldn't know what to say, or if I would even be able to say anything. Okay, hurry, and bring her inside. The doctor instructed us, and a few seconds later, another woman and man appeared as she began to assist her. It took every part of me not to let Trinity go from my arms, but I knew if I wanted to save her, I'd have to let the ones who knew what they were doing to help her. She'll be fine, Keira said to me softly as she placed her hand on my arm. Just that one touch made me feel a little calmer, but remembering what she said to me earlier before all hell broke loose hardened my heart, and I couldn't look at her in the same way. I turned away from her eyes and focused on watching Trinity carefully. Thanks. I hope your pack doctor knows what she's doing. I muttered to her, trying my best to keep myself composed. Keira must have noticed the way I put some distance between us as she lowered her hand down. I feel an ache in my heart, and I know Phoenix is devastated too, but it's what we have to do. She has chosen who she wants to be with, and it's not me. I may still consider her my mate, but soon I know that her heart will change as she continues to stay here, while my heart will always long for a love I can't have. She does. Dr. Crystal is the most experienced doctor here, and the two are healers. If anyone can find out what has happened and what's causing all of this, it's them. Keira mentioned, and that gave me a little more space to breathe. You should sit down first. I'll get us some water. She offered, and I was going to decline, but she had already walked away before I could even say anything else. Seeing that I didn't really have much to do besides wait and hope for the best, I figured to do as she said, so I found a chair by the window and sat down. A minute later, Keira is walking back to me with a small smile and 2 cups of water. I didn't know I was thirsty until the liquid hit my tongue, and I drank it all in a second. Do you want mine? When I turned, Keira was looking at me with a sympathetic smile. Goddess, I loved how caring and genuine she looked, and at that moment I realized I would desperately miss seeing that smile of hers. I shook away the thought just as I did with my head. No, it's okay. Keira, what are you doing here? Just then, Winter, I think that's her name, entered the infirmary. She gave me an unsure yet friendly smile. Winter, something happened with Trinity. Dr. Crystal is taking care of her. Oh my goddess. Now that you're here, can you do me a favor? Can you please link with River and tell him what happened? I don't know if it's related, but if someone inside our territory just got hurt, we need to take precautions. Keira said, and it was no wonder that she is a warrior here. Even during such chaos, she is able to think straight. In my experience, that was also me. Emphasis on the was, since it all changed when I saw my little sister hurting badly. Everything just went black for me after that. Oh yeah, sure, of course, but what exactly happened? Winter asked, just as her eyes glanced towards the covered area where Trinity and the doctor were. We have no idea yet, but just tell him that Trinity was brought here because of seizures out of nowhere and to be alert for anything. It could be poison, maybe? Winter nodded her head and looked to be mind-linking. If Keira was already inaugurated, she could do the same. Suddenly, I had a thought pop up in my head. Was she supposed to be inaugurated before she knew I was coming? Did she choose to not do it yet because of me? I didn't have the answer, but it's not like it mattered. At the end, she would still be a part of them, and after this is all done, I would go back home without her. What about you? What are you doing here? Keira asked after Winter was done with the mind link. I have my weekly checkup, She smiled as she pointed to her stomach. Oh, Keira exclaimed in shock and happiness. That's nice. I forgot to ask, do you already know the little pup's gender? Winter's smile widened. Not yet, but we're hoping for one of each. One of each? Keira looked at her confused before the realization dawned on her face. Oh my goddess, you're having twins? Winter nodded her head as she placed her hand on her stomach so gently and so lovingly. Maybe even come back with an heir. Fuck. Cyrus's star. Words once again echoed in my head, even if I didn't want it to. I hate this. I hated this so much. On top of possibly losing Trinity, I was certainly losing my mate to someone else. I'm not going to come back with her, and most definitely not with an heir. This wasn't how this holiday was supposed to go. Everything was a mess now. I don't know what to do. Dr. Crystal. I was pulled away from my thoughts when Keira called out for the doctor, who had stepped out and was now walking towards us. Just the look on her face, solemn and worried, made every part of me fear what she was going to say. Titus, right? That's your little sister, Trinity, she asked, and I nodded. Well, Trinity is okay. When she said that, I have never felt more relieved in my life, up to that very moment. For now, fuck. What's wrong with her? Keira was the one to speak up first. The doctor glanced around the three of us in front of her before saying the devastating news. It's wolfsbane. What? Did I hear her correctly? Did she just say wolfsbane? Yes, she confirmed, and my heart sank to the pit of my stomach. Somehow she swallowed a part of the substance, and it's taking over her system, her entire body. I managed to slow down the effects for now, but it's not going to stop until everything is out of her. How long? How long do we have? I asked her desperately. She looked like she didn't want to say it, but she pushed herself to an hour, a couple of hours if we're lucky. If we're lucky, what the hell? I'm not relying on luck for my sister's life. I could feel the anger rising through me and about to explode like a volcano, but I felt Keira's hand on mine, and when I turned to her, she was looking at me and pleading, as if telling me to control myself. I let out a deep breath and calmed down just a tiny bit, though I was still exasperatedly worried for my sister. Please, doctor, there has to be something else we can do. We need to save her. Keira begged as her grip tightened on my hand. There is one option. Only one pack in the entire country has an antidote for wolfsbane, she explained. Well, who? What pack? We need to go there. I was already getting ready to move. That pack is... The doctor didn't finish what she was saying when the door swung open and all our heads turned to see who it was, or in this case, who they were. A woman took 2 steps forward to the front as River and Aspen stood behind her. I have never seen her in my life, but she looked at me like she knew something I didn't. Her light gray eyes twinkled with power, while her long and straight silver hair flowed behind her. Something about her screamed danger, but she carried herself with poise and a lot of confidence, like she expected people to bow down in front of her and kiss her feet. Diamond Stone, which is my pack, we have the cure. Who the hell is this woman? River Colden. I swear to the goddess, you better have a damn good reason as to why you're dragging me all the way to the border, or else I'm kicking your ass, Aspen. I threatened my Gamma, who was walking in front of me, leading me to the area he said I had to see. Oh, it's valid, all right. It's as valid as a 5'7" silver-haired woman. He said in a tone and with an expression like he knew something I didn't, and I hated whenever that was the case. Though I hated it even more knowing that the longer I was here outside, the longer Keira was inside with Titus completely alone. It wasn't that I had anything against the man. He did help me with Neo and took care of Keira. It is just that no matter what I do for Keira, he will always be her mate. Maybe this is what she felt back then with my mate. Maybe she felt helpless and hopeless, knowing that she couldn't compete with the one the moon goddess had gifted to me back then. And my dumb fucking ass was too stupid to see how much I was hurting her. And what a big fucking mistake I was doing, pushing her aside for a mate that was not deserving to be my Luna after all. I let out an annoyed huff before directing my impatience towards Aspen. Dude, are we there yet? I need to get back, and I couldn't even finish what I was about to say as I paused on my tracks the second my eyes landed on her. My mate, Ivy Quinn. Okay, so that's why Aspen said 5'7" silver-haired woman. The reason was Ivy Quinn being at the border this whole time. Told you. I caught Aspen's mind link, and I could just tell he was enjoying this way too much. Shut up, I'm still kicking your ass. I linked him back before shooting him a quick glare. Aspen raised his hands up in surrender. I'll be by the trees if you need me. Have fun, lover boy. He ran away so fast after I gave him a death stare. Good, he knows that I won't spare him just because he's my friend. When I turned back to face Ivy, she was way too close for comfort and was on the verge of placing her hand on mine, but I stepped away before she could. There was an obvious discomfort in her facial expression, but I couldn't care less. I'm done caring about her. She's never getting an ounce of sympathy from me. Did you come here to accept my rejection? No, River, Okay, then you can leave, I said to her before she could finish. I turned around, adamant on walking away and running back to Keira as soon as possible. River, come on. Isn't this too much? Ivy shouted, desperation distinct in her voice. I don't want to reject you. I love you. You're my mate. You can't reject me either. I know you can't. Just let me back in, please. It's your birthday and I just wanted to celebrate with my mate. I closed my eyes momentarily as a deep sigh escaped me. I'm so tired of all of this. I just want to be left in peace. I don't, and I probably never will understand why the moon goddess gave me a mate like her. Was it a mistake? Was that even possible? I don't know, but what I do know is that I'm done. Neo, Keira, they're all that matters. Soon, Keira will be inaugurated back to my pack, and eventually, I'm sure she will soften up to me and accept me more than just a father to Neo, but as a partner to her, too. We could be together again. We could be a family, as she becomes my Luna. The White Howlers will be like it was supposed to be in the first place before Ivy decided to mess everything up. What the hell did I say? If you're not going to accept my rejection, then get the hell out of here. I don't need anything from you. I told her, and I'm sure she's starting to get that I'm not backing down on this. There's a few seconds of silence before she speaks up again. Fine, she says, and I turned around to make sure that she's not lying just like before. Once she accepts the rejection, Gray and I can be free. Though away from Ivy, the mate bond was still present, and I could feel her even if I didn't want to. I figured if she still didn't accept my rejection after Keira's inauguration, then I would take matters into my own hands and officially ask the Moon Elders to officiate. They were the only ones that had the power to sever a bond inseverable by choice. I'll accept your rejection. Ivy adds, and a part of me is thrilled by the idea, but I also can't deny that another part, a very tiny part, is still struggling to accept it, that the mate I have longed to have for years is now a mate I am dying to leave, under one condition. I looked at her with an "are you serious right now" look. This isn't a fucking bargain. You don't get to have conditions after everything you did. No, Ivy reacted strongly. That's exactly why I need this. I will reject you, River, and I will leave your life and never come back here if you let me do this. If you let me, apologize to her. What? To who? I asked because none of what she was saying made any sort of sense to me until it clicked a few seconds after. Wait, you want to apologize to Keira? You expect me to fucking believe that? For all I know, you're gonna waltz in there and treat her like shit like you did before. No way. No fucking way am I allowing you to go near her. Ivy must be mental to think I'd believe her. And even if I do, there is no way in hell Keira would say yes to such an absurd request. Keira would never want to be in the same room as her, and if I let that happen, she'd resent me again. I'm not going to let Ivy break us apart again. Then, I'm never accepting your rejection, she said with anger in her voice. I scoffed. I don't care. I don't need you to. In case you forgot, I can just go to the Moon Elders. They'd take on my case. They'll allow me to break a bond with a mate that isn't deserving to be my Luna. You don't belong here anymore, Ivy, and I wish I saw that sooner. But clearly, it's better late than never. Now leave before I make you. I didn't want to use threats or violence, but the longer she's here, the longer I'm away from Keira, and right now I really fucking wanted to be with her. I made my mistakes in the past, but I'm making up for it now. Every single thing I do, I'm doing it for her and for our son. You can't do this to me, River, please. Fuck, it's like she's not even listening. Ivy runs up to me and grabs my hand, holding onto it as tears stream down her face. Please, please, just give me this. Just give me one last chance, and I promise I'll be the best Luna you could ever have. Just take me back and I'll do everything you want me to do. I'm pregnant. Her last words made me stop, and though it had me shocked for a few seconds, when I looked into her eyes, I could tell even she doesn't believe her own words. I yanked my hand away from her. You're lying. And no, I am. I'm pregnant, River, and you can't turn your back away from this, from your child. She continued to plead and lie, and I swear to the goddess my patience was dwindling away. I was about to release a loud growl for her to get the hint when I caught a mind link. It was from Winter, and I had no idea why she would be communicating with me until it hit me. Fuck, someone's in trouble. Aspen. I shouted out for Aspen, and a few seconds later, he's right next to me. Someone might have poisoned. Yeah, Winter just told me. We need to get back there, he said with a worried tone before his eyes wandered over to Ivy like he's telling me to take care of this immediately. What's going on? Did something happen in our pack? She asked. This is no longer your pack, and this is none of your concern. Leave, Ivy. You have 10 seconds or I'm using force. I let her know that I was not fucking around as I took a few steps forward while I towered her. You said poison, didn't you? There's only one poison that affects us, and that's wolfsbane. You out of everyone should know that my family's pack is the only one that has a cure for that. Fuck. I almost forgot. I didn't know what to say. I quickly realized that I had to make a choice. But in between keeping Keira away from her and saving the life of someone she cares about, it was obvious which one I had to choose. You're only there to help, and if you hurt Keira in any way, I will make sure you fucking regret it. Do you understand me? Don't you fucking dare cross your boundaries. I won't hesitate to act. I made sure to let her know what she can and cannot do. It was clear that Ivy had been hurt by my words. She understood that she no longer had any hold on me, and Keira was now my priority. Nonetheless, she had no choice but to accept it. What are we waiting for then? She exclaims a little too confidently than I would like, but I brushed it off as we all shifted and ran back to the castle. Keira Akari. I couldn't believe what was happening. Everything happened so fast that it was hard to process. But the next thing I knew, the one person I had desperately hoped never to see again was standing right in front of me, and to make matters worse, only she had the answer to saving Trinity. So as much as I never wanted to have anything to do with her, I needed to lay aside our differences and accept her help. It was hard, so fucking hard, but I had to do it. It wasn't just for me. It was for the three people I cared for the most, Neo, Trinity, and Titus, because I know how much the two would be devastated if the unthinkable happened to Trinity. Are you sure this is going to work? I asked River worriedly, who was standing right next to me, outside of the Diamond Stones infirmary. I can't believe I'm here, in Ivy's pack, the girl who made me feel worthless and unimportant to River all those years ago, and one I swore that I would never see her again. But then again, I've been doing a lot of things I told myself I wouldn't ever since River came back into my life. Speaking of him, his jaw was clenched tightly, and his eyes had been staring intently at the door of the room. He looked to be on edge, just as everyone was, or maybe more. He hadn't left my side since we arrived here, and I could tell he was protecting me from Ivy. He wouldn't let her anywhere near me, and I wasn't going to lie. It felt good to have that attention and protection from River against his own mate. I wondered what had happened to their relationship. Has he rejected her before I came back? River nodded his head slowly. It will. It should. It was Ivy's great-grandfather who found the cure, and so far from what I've heard, it's never failed. Oh, that's good then. Trinity will be fine, I said, mostly reassuring myself. Titus was inside the room with her, as was Ivy and her pack doctor. He wouldn't allow anyone he didn't know to be alone with Try, and of course it makes sense, so they gave in to his request to stay close to his sister. I have no idea how long this is going to take for Try to recover from the poison, but after River's reassurance, I felt less tense now. Hey, Kay. River spoke up, making me turn to him. What's up, birthday boy? I asked as his blue eyes stared into mine sincerely. He smiled a little, but he still looked like he was feeling guilty about something, and he's trying his best to keep himself together. I'm sorry about Ivy. I promise that this is the last time you ever have to see her. I didn't want her anywhere near the pack, I swear. But after I heard what happened, I had to do it. I hope you know that this doesn't mean anything to me. You and Neo are my priority now, he said, and with one look in his eyes, I could tell he meant every word. It was then I realized that he had done what I thought he would have, but never imagined he really would, because it seemed so impossible. She was the one he's waited for years, the one he spent countless nights looking for, and it broke his heart every single time she didn't show up. He couldn't have. River, did you reject your mate? There was a flicker of hesitance in his eyes before he closed them and let out a deep breath. When he opened his eyes, those electric blues of his stared into mine with an intense determination. I did. Oh, goddess. I told you, Kay. I'm in this with you, and only you. I'm in it for the long run. I want things to be like how it should have been before everything happened. I know now that I was never really meant to meet Ivy. I don't want her. I don't want her as my mate or my Luna. River. He took my hand and moved closer to me, placing his other hand at the back of my neck as he rested his forehead against mine, and his eyes stared deeply. My heart is racing inside my chest, and my mind is flooded with unsure thoughts and feelings. I want you, Keira Akari. I want you and only you as my mate and my Luna. Before I could say anything, someone had come out of the infirmary, and when I turned to see who it was, I saw that it was Titus, and he was looking at us equal parts furious and heartbroken. Shit, I was at a complete loss for words. Here was the man that I had been in love with since before I even knew what love meant. The man that I grew up with, that I talked to for goddess knows how long, and the one person I knew deep in my heart I wanted to end up with. He was confessing his devotion to me, telling me that from here on out, I could have everything I have ever dreamed of. Everything. Until that day 5 years ago. The old Keira then would drop everything to accept his offer. The Keira that had always been head over heels for Alpha River Colden. But the Keira now is different. I may choose to be a White Howler again, but I'm not choosing to be with River again. There was a difference. Once Neo is old enough on his own, there might come a time that I could be on my own too, and maybe in the future, my real mate Titus, and I could finally find our way back to each other. That is if he would still want me, because right now I have a feeling he didn't even want to be anywhere near me. Titus, wait! I pulled away from River as I stood up and tried to catch up to Titus, who had seen us in a position that was hard to explain. No, he said, a low growl rumbling in his chest. I need to be alone, he exclaimed while he could barely even look at me. I felt my heart breaking as each second passed. I wanted to tell him I'm sorry and that it wasn't what it looked like, but I know that whatever I say now, it won't make much of a difference. He needs time, just like he said. What about Trinity? Where will you go? Trinity's fine now. The cure, whatever that Ivy girl gave, it worked. She just needs to rest. I just need a moment. I'll be back here. I need some time. I can't do this right now. He confessed before continuing to walk away, and every part of me, every bone, and every cell in my body so desperately wanted to follow, but I just stood there, frozen still on the ground as I watched him disappear in front of me. Fuck, I muttered under my breath as my chest felt like it was tightening. Just then, I felt a warm hand on my shoulder. When I turned around, it was River looking at me with a solemn expression. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Don't, I tell him before shaking my head. Just don't. I sighed, unable to keep the feeling of confusion and hopelessness reign over me. Kay, come on, this doesn't have to be difficult. Just accept me back into your life. You're all I need and want. We can be a family. Isn't that what you want? Was, River. It was what I wanted. I told him, emphasizing on the past tense as I tried to keep myself calm, but it was becoming slightly difficult. What do you mean? I thought you wanted to be here. I thought you were willing to become one of us again. What about us? River asked, sadness and hesitation circling through his eyes. There is no us, River. There is only you, me, and Neo. I explained to him slowly, wanting him to understand the real deal of our relationship. It was coming down to now or never. I needed to tell him, to finally let him know the conditions of me being part of the White Howlers again. I'm not choosing to be a White Howler because of you or us, River. I'm doing this for Neo and only him. This is where he wants to be, who he wants to be with, and I am his mother. Wherever he is happy, I will be there with him. None of that means that I am going back to you, to our relationship. I need you to understand that I don't hate you. Not anymore, at least. I've seen what you've done and what you're doing to make up for the past, but it's just... I stop because it feels like my throat is getting squeezed, and it's harder to let the words come out. I swallowed hard before letting out a breathy air. I can no longer be with you, River. I can't be who you want me to be, your mate or your Luna. And it's not you. It's just, I've grown, I've changed. I am no longer the Keira who would want that. But the thing is, even if we are two different people now, we've made an amazing little boy, and he needs you just as much as I need him, so I'm staying. I'll be his mother. I'll be a White Howler, but I can't ever be yours. Not anymore. I said it. I can't believe I've said it. It took a lot, but hearing it come out of my own mouth is just, wow. Like a ton of bricks lifted off of my chest, and I feel free. River, though. Poor River. By the looks of it, he has no idea how to respond to me or if he even could. He looked like he was on the verge of tears, like his world was crashing down right in front of his very eyes. After a few seconds, it seems like he has gotten some of his thoughts in order. He took a deep breath and was about to say something when he turned away, as it looked like he was getting a mind link. I tried to figure out what it was through his facial expression, if it was good or bad, and by the looks of it, it was looking more like the former. When he was done, he turned to me like he didn't know what to do, like he was torn. He brushed his hair to the back and was looking left and right as he took deep breaths in and out. I have to go, but I can't leave you. Shit. I don't know what to do. River exclaimed in frustration before hitting his open hand with his clenched fist. What's going on? River, did something happen at the pack again? I asked, feeling worried because this is exactly what I was thinking might happen after Trinity's mishap. They need to figure out the root cause of all of this or else somebody might get hurt again, and though Zane was with Neo, I still felt uneasy. It's Neo, Neo, what do you mean? What happened to him? My eyes widened and my heart dropped to my stomach upon hearing his name. No, sorry. Nothing's wrong with him. That came out wrong. I'm sorry. River shook his head as he placed his hand on my shoulder to calm me down. Nothing happened to Neo, per se. He just found something that might be related to what happened to Trinity, and Aspen is telling me to check it out. The moment River was able to explain, I was able to let out a sigh of relief. I thought I was going to have a heart attack thinking something really happened to Neo, and I was readying myself to shift and run back to the pack. I think you should go then. You need to take care of your pack first and foremost, I said to him, but he still seemed conflicted. No, I said I wouldn't leave you. I understand your feelings and your decision on our relationship, but I still promised. River, I said to him, and this time I placed both my hands on his shoulders as I really looked at him. Thank you for everything that you've been doing, but I swear I'll be fine and I'm not going to hold this against you. Go take care of your pack. Besides, Titus will be back any minute now and I won't have to be alone. Saying this must have put his mind at ease because he gave me a small but thankful smile. Okay, I'll go then. I'll figure this out as fast as I can, then get back to you. Thank you. Kay, seriously, thank you and I'm sorry. Something about the way he said his last words felt different, like he wasn't just saying that in this context. I gave him a nod and a smile before pushing him to leave. Go, Alpha River. You got this. Hey, girl. I stood up from my seat as my head whipped to the front since I was looking out of the window from the waiting area outside, watching as the snow fell onto the ground. It was Ivy, and I wasn't expecting to see her, so I was a little bit tongue-tied. She looks around the place, her head turning left and right, before looking back at me again. Where's Alpha Titus? I tried to hide the way I winced at Titus' name coming out of her mouth, but I don't think I did a very good job, as I could have sworn she smirked ever so slightly for a split second. He's around here somewhere. Just went out for fresh air. Why? I wanted this conversation to end as fast as possible, but I also wanted to know what she needed from Titus. Still, though, I kept my guard up. Oh, we need to get more of the substance. His little sister is fine, but she'll need to take it again for the next 3 hours for her body to be cleansed fully. You know? I was going to go with him, but he's not here, so I don't know what had gotten into me. I don't think I was thinking straight because of everything that was going on, but whatever it was, somehow I ended up saying, I can go with you and get it. Ivy's face lit up in surprise and delight. Really, girl? Well, okay, we should go now because she needs it quickly. Seconds later, I was walking side by side with the last person in the world I expected myself to be with. If there is a silence that is the most uncomfortable thing in the entire world, it would be the one we were currently having. The only sounds around us were our footsteps and our breathing. I wanted this to be over immediately. Thankfully, when we stepped out by the trees in the lake, I had more space to walk further from her, and that's exactly what I did. I kept my distance as I continued to follow her from behind. It's just over there. She points to an area beside the lake where there are bushes covered in snow. You can stay here for now, but I'll call out when I need help moving the plant. Ivy says, and after I nodded my head, she turned around and walked away from me. Well, that seems simple enough. Still, something about this whole thing felt unnatural and alien to me. Like, how in the hell did I end up here? Goddess, things are so weird in my life right now, and I really, really can't wait to just be back with Neo in my arms. Okay, I got it. Come over here, girl, Ivy shouted as she waved her arms, signaling for me to go to her. Take the left route. That's the ground. Don't go to the lake. As I walked towards where she was, I couldn't help but wonder why she kept calling me girl. Did she forget what my name was, or did she just not find the need to actually call me by my name? Whatever. She's weird, and I hope this is the last time I ever have to be in the same place as her. I let out a sigh as I dug my hands deep into my pockets. Is it just me, or did it get colder? This area where Diamondstone is located must get colder as the sun starts to set. What the hell? My legs froze just as my whole body stayed still when I thought I heard a noise that sounded like something cracking, and below my feet, it was like the ice was becoming unsteady. I could have sworn I was walking on land and not ice earlier. Panicking, I softly pushed away the snow that was under my feet, and that's when I realized I had it all wrong. I was never walking on land. I was walking on snow that was covering the lake. Oh fuck, Ivy fucking tricked me. Ivy, the ice is breaking. When I looked up, she was staring at me with evil and satisfaction in her eyes that sent goosebumps all over my body. Fuck. Shit. Not again. Not again. I'm not letting her do this to me. Determined to get out of here, I started running to get to safety. I ran and I ran, not minding if this was going to make things worse for the ice breaking, because either way, if I stayed there, I'd have no escape. This was all or nothing. Just when I thought I was close to safety, Ivy did something I never thought she could, or maybe I was just fooling myself thinking that, as she looked at me with so much hatred and jealousy in her eyes before using her foot to stomp hard on the ice. Crack. 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 I'm taking back what's mine, Keina. There was the feeling of gravity disappearing from under my feet just before I fell in, and the water quickly started swallowing my whole body, and even as I reached and reached, I could not hold on to anything. Darkness. This was my end. Titus Bane. I stepped outside and walked until I felt like I was far enough. My heart was beating a mile a minute, and it felt like it was going to explode any second now. Seeing Keira and River in that position, so close to each other, and it being embedded in my brain like a curse, just threw me into a spiral. To make things worse, River wants to have Keira as his mate and Luna. How could I have been so stupid? How could I have been so blind? It was right in front of me this whole time. Hell, it's not like they even tried to hide it. River may have broken Kira's heart many years ago, but Keira had been in love with him for far more. He may have done all that shit to her, but at the end of the day, they had the past. River was everything to Keira, and it's not like it couldn't happen again. Then there was me, the man she just met a few months ago. I may be her mate, but I didn't have that type of past with her. We barely even had time to be together. All we had was some bond forged by a magical being. But I guess that's the fucked up part in all of this. To think this whole time, based on my minimal knowledge of mates, that these types of bonds were supposed to be the strongest, the most undeniable connection in the entire world, and yet, here I was, without a mate, as she was too busy with a man from her past. I was feeling miserable, feeling so torn apart about everything. But it's not about me. It was never about me. Keira was the one that spent 5 years having to raise a child all on her own after being banished. She was the one that had to wake up and fight day and night to give her son a good life. Now that River's back, they can be a family again. She can have all that she's ever dreamed of. And I'm just the asswipe who's standing in the way of the two of them being one big, happy family. If I hadn't run into Keira that day, or if Trinity in the first place was never at the amusement park to meet Neo, then this would be the happiest moment of her life. Fuck. I let the anger consume me a little, kicking a tree with so much force that the snow that covered it fell down to the ground. This was wrong. Everything about this was just wrong. As I let the winter breeze numb me a little, I can't help but think about that day I first met her, the very first time I realized that I actually had a mate, and she was the most beautiful person my eyes had ever seen. That day, every resolve I had, every determination in my being that said I would reject my mate if she ever showed up, had disappeared the moment I laid my eyes on her. Right now, I can't help but think about what life would be like for me now if I had just been strong enough to deny the bond, to push away the connection, and to reject her the moment I saw her. I could have done it. I could have never allowed myself to be attached to her. I could have shut myself off to love and mates. I could have remained heartless, cruel, and whatever else others used to call me. In some ways, that would have been a lot easier, but I didn't. Instead, after I met her, I stayed in her life, helped her with her son, and hoped for a life with her. I kept waiting for her, waiting and hoping that she could see that I could be good to her too. That was my mistake. And so I have to live with myself knowing my mate exists, but she never chose me. And the other heartbreaking part is that I know it's not because she wants to break my heart. It's because she has to. If I was in her place with a son or a daughter with another person, I know I would prioritize them too. I don't know how much time had passed until I stepped outside and just stared at nothing but the white nature in front of me. I wasn't even thinking of anything in particular. I was just there standing and wallowing in my own demise until... What the fuck? I mumbled to myself when I felt something weird happening to me. I couldn't explain it. My heart had suddenly started to race inside my chest, and then for some reason, it was like I couldn't breathe, like I was drowning. Quickly, I ran back to the infirmary in fear of something bad happening, and when I got there, Sky was standing outside Trinity's room, looking like he had just come back from running a marathon. Titus! He shouted my name before running up to me, panting. Where's Keira? He asked, and right after I looked behind him, searching for her, and when she wasn't there, I felt fear forming inside me. She's supposed to be here. I shake my head like I can't believe what's happening. With River. I just went out for a second to get some air, and they were both here before I left. Shit, this isn't happening. Sky is shaking his head and mumbling curse words by the second. What the hell is happening? I need this guy to tell me something before I go insane. River left about half an hour ago. He had to check something back in our pack, and he linked me to go here to be with Keira, so she wouldn't be alone. But when I got here, I couldn't find her anywhere. And I don't know, but Sky looked at me with panic in his eyes. Something doesn't feel right. I felt it too, but stronger. That's why I ran back here. I think there's something going on with Keira. We need to find her. I said to Sky, and he vehemently shook his head. Just then, someone from Trinity's room came out. It was the pack doctor. Oh, Alpha Titus? Good you're here. We wanted to update you on Trinity's well-being. She's doing much better now, almost back to normal. We do still have to keep her for another 2 to 3 hours as we're still continuously letting the cure into her system. Don't worry, everything's under control. We have all that we need here. The pack doctor gave me a reassuring smile, and though I did feel reassured with Trinity's state, I was too busy worrying about Keira. Is Ivy there? Sky asked the doctor. The doctor shook his head. No, she left some time ago. I saw her walk out of here with the girl. Keira, was it? Sky and I turned to each other with horrified looks, and I knew that we had the same daunting realization. Keira was not safe with Ivy, and we need to get to them and know. Did you see which direction they went? Sky asked. The doctor pointed to the right, and seconds later, we were running out and back into the freezing cold. Sky, I need to ask you a question, I said to the boy running next to me. What? It's been bothering me since Ivy showed up, but it's not like I had a chance to ask anyone since I was also busy with Trinity, so this might be my only opportunity. What exactly happened between the two? Keira never really told me the specifics, but I just know she was banished from your pack. I asked him as my head scanned left and right, looking for any hint of Keira and sniffing out her scent. Sky did the same before turning to me and shaking his head. I was only 13 when it happened, so I don't know much, but I had Zane tell me what he knew when I got older and started to understand more. Basically, Ivy was hurting her. Hurting her? His words take me by surprise, and I feel the anger getting more intense inside of me. Like, physically? Yes, and emotionally. All of that. Ivy hurt Keira because she didn't like that she and River had a past. She was a jealous bitch, but the worst thing she did was... Sky stopped, and I saw him swallow hard as if his next words were too difficult for him to say. When she lied about Keira attacking her. Because of that, River banished her. Holy shit, it all made sense now. And all the more reasons for me to fear the worst as the two are left alone. Fuck. If only I had known, then I sure as hell would have come back and be with Keira. Just then, Phoenix caught another wolf's scent, and though it wasn't strong, we knew it was something. Sky and I ran as fast as we could, and we ended up by a vast frozen lake with snow covering half of it. And there she was, standing as she kept her head up pointed to the sky. What the fuck was she doing? I don't know, and I don't care. We need to find Keira. Where is she? I growled at her. She didn't even seem to be surprised or bothered at all as she looked down and faced us with a creepy smile on her face. Where is who? I don't know what you're talking about. She answers without any signs of remorse or guilt that it was disturbing to watch her act so calm. Sky turned to me before saying, I've mind-linked my brother about the situation. He's near, but he says that we have to do something now or it might be too late. What? Why? I know Ivy was capable of hurting Keira, but she wouldn't go as far as to take someone's life, right? Wrong. I was so deadly wrong. and I quickly realized that when Sky said, "Titus, they found out how your sister got poisoned," it was supposed to be Neo. There was a bottle of water beside Neo's bed, but Trinity had drunk it. River just told me now, and it was Neo that pointed it out as the water smelled odd, and Allura just came to him with information, saying she thought she was just imagining it this morning, but she saw someone with silver hair like Ivy's pass the hallway, though it disappeared much too fast, so she had thought it was just her imagination. Sky's words sent a shivering fear all over my body, and I knew then what I had to do. I don't care if she's a woman. She hurt my fucking mate and my little sister, and I'm going to hurt her a fucking million times over. The second I was right next to Ivy, I grabbed her by the neck and slammed her against a tree. She yelped in pain, but she still tried to mask what she was really feeling, a hard expression on her face. "Where is Keira? Tell me right now, or I'm going to tear you apart." I threatened her, but she didn't move so much as an inch. This bitch was harder to crack than I thought, and that pissed me off even more. "If you tear me apart, your chances of ever finding your precious little mate will come down to zero," she said as a cunning smirk formed on her lips. This bitch was fucking crazy. "River, thank fuck you're here." I heard Sky, and when I turned around, River also looked like he ran as fast as he could and had just barely put on pants to cover himself up. I could tell from here that he was livid with fury and outrage. If I can't get anything out of this bitch, I'm sure River could. Just as he got near us, I let my hold on Ivy go as River replaced me, instantly holding her by her neck as his eyes burned with rage. "Bring me Keira right now. Right fucking now, Ivy Quinn. I'm not fucking joking. I've seen him mad back in Arizona, but it was nothing like this. I knew I could hurt Ivy if she wouldn't give up Keira, but for River to hurt his own mate? I didn't think he could do that until now. Guess the guy does have balls." Ivy let out a menacing giggle. "She's gone, River, my River. We can be together again without her, right? I can be your Luna again. Don't worry. We can have all the pups you want, baby." She put her hand up to caress River's face, but he quickly slapped it away. "You're delusional. You've gone fucking batshit crazy." Finally, we agree on something. "Tell me where Keira is, or I'm never speaking to you ever again." That did it for Ivy. The look on her face was clear. Having River abandon her was her worst fear, and so she quickly broke down. No, I'll tell you. Just don't leave me, please." She begged just as River tightened his grip on her neck. "Then where the hell is she?" Her hand raised again, but not to touch River, but to point out to... My neck turned so fast I almost popped a nerve, but I didn't care. I didn't care about any of it, but to find Keira. "She's there, under the lake, swimming, and what the fuck did you just say?" River's voice got deeper and angrier. "I told you where she is. Not that you could find her anymore. She's gone, my River. You're all mine again." Fuck. I saw River shove Ivy to the ground just before I turned around to run to the lake. I didn't know how I was going to find her underneath all of this. All I knew was that I wasn't going to stop until I did. "Please, Keira, please just hold on a little longer." River Colden. The sun was starting to set, and before we knew it, there would be little to no light, and finding Keira under this lake would be close to impossible. Not that it wasn't already, and fuck, I hate myself for thinking that way. I wanted to stay positive, but it was so goddamn hard when we've been out here frantically looking for any signs of her. I didn't know how much I would loathe frozen lakes until today. "I don't see her, River. I don't see her." I heard my brother's desperate cries as he was on his knees, pushing away the snow that had covered most of the lake. Titus was doing the same, but he hasn't said a single word since Ivy pointed out where Keira was. He was the first one to drop down to his knees and start searching. Until now, even while it was happening, I still couldn't believe that it was true, that Ivy could do something so fucked up as to killing an innocent wolf. But then again, to her, Keira isn't so innocent. To her, she's the one that took her beloved mate away from her. Fuck. I should have never fucking left Keira alone and just let Zane handle the discovery of the poison. None of this would be happening. "Where do you want me to take her?" Aspen appeared, thank the goddess, as he grabbed onto Ivy's arm. I had mind-linked him to get his ass here as soon as possible because shit had happened and I couldn't keep an eye on Ivy. I don't know, just get her away from here and keep her with you. Don't let her out of your sight. I'll figure out what to do with her after we find Keira. I told him before going back to looking around the lake. Right now, this was my priority, but as every second passed, as the time continued to tick, I couldn't help but wonder if this was all starting to become a lost cause. Keira. I turned to Titus, who looked like he had just found something. Is she there? Did you find her? Sky and I both asked. I'm not sure, but I saw something black, and I think it could be her. I don't know, but I'm willing to take my chances. Titus was obviously determined, but I was more cautious. First of all, we can't just dive in fucking negative-degree water and expect to come out of it unscathed. We needed to be more careful and... Titus, what the hell are you doing? I shouted out for him before quickly and very carefully going closer to his side in order not to break the ice again. Titus was standing by the hole on the ice getting ready to dive, and just before he was going to jump in, I managed to get a hold of his hand. Are you just going to get in there? You need a rope. You need a light, or else we won't be able to find you and pull you back up. You're going to fucking die there. I warned him, but it was obvious he wasn't having any of it. He shook his head, his jaw clenched, and his eyes overflowing with one purpose and one purpose only: get Keira back, even if it costs his own life. You know damn well that if we wait for that, it would be too late. Tell Trinity that I love her and ask her for the contact of my beta. He knows what to do. And River. He took a deep breath just as he gripped my hand. This time, it's your turn to take care of Keira. I wasn't able to say anything else before he yanked my hand from his, and a second later, he was gone. He had dove into the ice water. What the fuck? Shit. Sky, go find a rope and a light. I ordered my brother, and he hurriedly ran back inside, and I went back to keeping my eye on Titus from above as much as I could. At first, I could see his shadow swimming, moving around the water, and I was hopeful. Very, very hopeful. But then a few seconds later, his shadow starts to fade as he blends into the water, probably going deeper, and deeper, until I could no longer see him. Fuck, where the hell is that light and rope? I looked up and saw no signs of Sky yet, and I was beginning to feel desperate. I commend Titus for his bravery, but the thing about that trait is that it can also be paired up with stupidity. As much as I wanted to save Keira too, I don't think I could just jump into the water without any safety net. I would be losing everything, leaving everything, including Neo, and that I can't do, and I'm sure Keira wouldn't want me to do that either. I brushed my hair back in frustration, and just then, Sky finally appeared. Finally, slide it to me, hurry, I told him, and seconds later, I am holding a flashlight and pointing it to the water, hoping that somehow this will help me see what was going on in the water, and possibly even give light to Keira and Titus. I was starting to feel scared because any minute now, the sun would be gone, and then the water would be much darker. Chances of finding anyone would become zero, and that was absolutely horrifying to think about. River, I think I see something. Sky shouted, and I hurriedly crawled my way to him, but halfway towards where he was, the figure got closer to me. Help me break this ice. Hurry, Sky, I shouted to him, and we did the best we could and as fast as we could so that they wouldn't slide away any further. It was difficult trying to break something whilst making sure we weren't breaking the whole thing, but eventually we managed to do it, and just as the body was about to swim away, I dunked my hand in the freezing water and got a hold of it. Sky helped me pull it up, but I already knew that something wasn't right. The weight didn't feel like two people. Keira, Sky said in relief as I felt the same way, but we weren't out of the woods yet. Kira's entire body was starting to turn white, and she was completely unconscious. Her brain and nervous system have stopped working because her body has gone into a hypothermic state. First, I needed to get all the water out of her, and I quickly started resuscitation. It was a grueling few minutes, but eventually she coughed up all the water and began to shiver. I hurriedly pulled her close to me and gave her all of my body heat. It's okay, Kay. You're safe now. You're safe. I tell her repeatedly in order to reassure her while rubbing my hands all over her body for heat. I was starting to feel her body temperature get warmer, so that was a good sign. It was a good fucking thing we were wolves, so our bodies heated up faster. Kira began to speak, but I shushed her, telling her to conserve her energy. Sky, do you see him? I asked him as he continued to look around the lake, but he looked up at me with a frown before shaking his head. Tus, Kira mumbled as her lips began to unfreeze. Where is he? Shh, we're finding him, Key. Don't talk, please. You're still recovering, I told her as I continued to hug her and give her all of my warmth as much as possible. I was shocked when Kira's body began to shiver more, and when I looked down, it was because she was crying. Even her tears were still turning into ice as she was still cold. Kira, what? River, she whimpered. Please, you have to find Titus, please. He saved me. Kira's entire body was shaking as she continued to cry. I've never seen her like this. She was so devastated that she could barely breathe, and even if I tried to calm her down, she couldn't stop. It broke my heart to see her like this, for her to be in so much pain that she could barely even breathe as tears continued to drown her. River, I think I see him. Sky shouted out, and at that very second, I knew I had a choice to make. I breathed in a lungful of air before pulling Kira closer to me and hugging her as tight as I could. I rocked her in my arms and let a tear fall down from my cheek. I promised Kira that I would do everything to make it up to her. I ruined her life all those years ago, and this time I will make up for that mistake by giving back her mate to her. Quickly, I carried Kira away from the lake and placed her by a tree. I took most of my clothes off, just as Sky did as we wrapped her around in them. I love you, Kira, and I'm sorry I forgot that I did, and I was too selfish to see what you needed, and I know now that it isn't me, but still, I love you so fucking much like the son you gave birth to. Thank you for giving me the privilege to be a father, even if it was just for a short while. I hope that whatever happens, you will never let Neo forget who I am. I told her teary-eyed before planting a soft kiss on her forehead. With all that I have, I pushed myself up off the ground and walked back to the lake. Jeg elsker dig, lillebror. I love you, little brother. I gave Sky a bittersweet smile as I placed my hand on his shoulder. I know that you'll take good care of our pack. Sky was on the verge of tears, but he shook his head, not wanting to believe that this might be our last time seeing each other. You're going to come back, stupid. Come back so I can kick your ass in training again. I chuckled softly before nodding my head, but deep down inside, I knew that chances of that happening were not likely, because once I dive into that water, only one of us is going to come back up alive. Can we please watch something else besides Frozen 1 and 2? Neo, my little boy who was now 6 years old, turned to his best friend and gave her a pleading pout. Trinity giggled as I brushed her long red hair from behind. She was seated on my lap while Neo changed position every 10 minutes as he got bored of the never-ending girly Disney movies we watched. In 1 year, gone are the days that he was completely absorbed with watching any Disney movie. I can't believe how much he's grown, but I will never get tired of seeing the changes that happen to him, physically and emotionally. I smiled at the boy whose raven hair was starting to get lighter. The streaks of silver on his hair are mixing in, and it's probably because of the fact that he's been living in the winter season day in and day out for the past year. His complexion is lighter, and his cheeks are as pink as a rose petal that I can't help but stop and stare at him for a while, because every day, it's like he looks more and more like his father. Okay, one movie, and then it's my turn. Try exclaims before passing him the remote, and I chuckled softly. Being 1 year older, Trinity gets a little bossy from time to time. I blame her brother. She definitely got that from him. After I finished brushing her hair, I decided to leave the two for a bit so they could enjoy their movie while I made lunch for them. This time it was poteball, potato dumpling, and chimichanga, both a mix of Norwegian and Arizonian food. Whilst Neo craved food from Arizona once in a while, Trinity was asking for Norwegian food. They were the complete opposite, but it only makes sense for their cravings to mimic what they missed the most. Walking to the kitchen, I checked my phone for any messages, but there were none so far. My brows furrowed as I felt a little worried, but quickly pushed the thought aside, knowing that nothing would be wrong and he was fine. He had just gone on a little run and hunt, like usual. There was no need to be worried. Like always, he never fails to come back to me. There are times when I'm doing rather mundane things, cooking, cleaning, etc., and I find myself remembering the things that had transpired a year ago. I can't believe that we had gone through so much, and yet here we are, still here and still going strong. I can't help but smile to myself, because after all of that, all the hardships and sacrifices, each one of us was finally here, in the place we all belonged to. Just then, I heard my phone buzz, and when I went over to look at it, there was a message that made me smile even wider. I'm coming home. Half an hour or so later, I was walking back to the movie room with Neo and Trinity's lunch when I heard the door open. Excited to see him back, I took a detour and walked over to it first, and I saw him putting on a shirt. When he saw me, his face split into a wide grin, and his eyes twinkled. "Did you miss me?" he asked as he walked closer. "You wish," I replied with a light chuckle. "Psh, always in denial." He responds before his eyes land on the food, and he quickly puts a potato dumpling in his mouth, but he didn't expect it to be too hot, and it burns his mouth. "Hot, hot, hot!" he exclaims as he blows air into his mouth in the hopes of cooling the food faster. My stomach was hurting from laughing too much, and we must have made too much noise that Neo heard because he came out of the room running. "Daddy, you're back," he says excitedly before jumping up to River's arms. Neo may have started to grow out of his Disney phase, but this, running up to his dad to hug him and jumping into his arms, this he was definitely still very much excited for. "Hey, Uncle River." Try greets him with a small smile. The two have also become much closer this past year, and I knew that Try in some way considered River like a big brother to her. "Hey, little Try, I like the hair. Auntie Kay did that?" River asks, and Try nods her head excitedly. "She's still gonna braid it," she shares with a beaming smile. I turn to her as I smoothly run my hand through her long locks. "A mermaid braid, just how you like it." Just as Trinity was giggling excitedly, I felt River take another food from the tray I was holding with my other hand. I shoot him a glare. "River, save some for others." "What others? This is all mine," he said jokingly, before letting out an evil laugh, and Neo ended up laughing at it too, so the house was just filled with the sound. Just then the door swung open again, and that's when my heart truly skipped a beat, and it became faster as he got closer and closer. "I knew something smelled good," he commented as his eyes landed on the tray of food. "It was you," he added before those galaxies of his moved up to look at me. River lets out a fake gagging noise before laughing. "You two are disgustingly romantic. Get a room, please," he joked. Titus and I laughed before he walked over to Try and shuffled her hair, in which she negatively responded, because she just got it brushed. "What took you so long? How come River arrived first?" I asked. River lets out a gasp as he places his hand on his chest, acting as if he's offended. "Are you saying you expected me to be slow?" I shake my head, grinning. "You know what I mean. You're not on familiar grounds." River nods his head as he pouts at me in acceptance. "Touché, but soon enough, I'll know this place like the back of my hand, and I'll be running through the Arizona wilderness carefree. Give me half a year." "You'll get there soon, Mano." "I think it'll take you and your men even less than a year," Titus complimented as he gave River a shoulder pat. "Thanks, my dude. I could say the same thing about you and the Blazing Wolves back in Norway. Their coldness threshold is definitely expanding faster than we all expected. Soon both our packs will be accustomed to the cold and heat. Talk about the best alliance ever." Both River and Titus wholeheartedly agreed. And as I watch the two smile and laugh with each other for a second, it feels so surreal to me that the two guys who used to call one another fool and asswipe were now Mano and my dude. But then I realized that this is the present now. This couldn't be any more real. And of course, happiness was an understatement to describe what it felt like when the pieces of the puzzle started to fit and it created heartwarming relationships and friendships. It was already 1 year ago when it happened, when Titus saved me by risking his life. And then, When I thought I had lost Titus, River jumped into that water to save him in what he knew would be an exchange for his life. I thought I was going to lose them both, but minutes later, two men came out of that frozen lake, and nothing has ever been the same for any of us again. After almost losing Titus, I realized that I was only fooling myself by thinking I could go on without accepting our mate bond. Titus battled the Red Council about the belief on the weakness of mates, and though they can still be disapproving of it sometimes, he is slowly beginning to change their minds. Hopefully one day it can completely be eradicated. River realized that my bond with Titus was more important than his wants, and he selflessly accepted that. And though his ex-mate had been taken care of as set by the Moon Elders and our laws, he didn't mind that he didn't have a mate anymore. He continued to be a great alpha to his pack and an even greater father to Neo. Eventually, all of us came to a unanimous decision that would not only benefit each other's relationships, but for our packs as well. While I am still a White Howler, I am also mated to the alpha of Blazing Wolves. I visit Arizona and stay here for quite some time to help the pack, while some of the White Howlers train here too, specifically Zane and Aspen. Meanwhile, the Blazing Wolves come over to Norway to feel the negative conditions and get used to it. We have formed a sacred pack bond. And though it was hard to be away from my son, eventually I began to realize that my life doesn't need to revolve around him. I am my own person and my own happiness. And the funny thing is, it was Neo that made me remember that. Goddess, that boy is truly something. It's all thanks to Keira. Titus slid his arm around my waist before pulling me beside him, and I couldn't help but giggle at the contact as his eyes remained glued on mine. And that's our cue to leave. The three of us will be at the movie room watching awesome movies if you need us. River started walking away with Neo and Trinity, but just as they were about to disappear in the hallway, he turned around with a smirk. But don't need us, he added before walking away laughing with the two. The second they were gone, Titus pulled me close to him, wrapping both his arms around me, and I let myself get engulfed in his arms. I am home. He is home. This is where I was always meant to be. I may have loved River, and a part of me always will, but he was right for me then. And Titus, my sometimes scary-looking, but still charming and handsome Titus, he is right for me now, and always. Titus leans his head closer to me and takes me by his lips, soft and warm, nice and comforting. I kissed him again, and again and again and again. Never before has something felt so exciting and yet so familiar. I lose myself in him, the way he feels, the way he smells, the way he moves. No more conflicted feelings, no more uncertainty. My mate, he whispers in between our lips, and I grin wide. My mate, I repeat because sometimes it still feels surreal that I've found him, that he's in my life and I'm in his. I wrap my arms around his neck and pull him close to me, our foreheads resting against each other's. Forever, I whispered. His smile widens, and it's the type of smile that is filled with all sorts of emotions. Excited, content, joyful. Here we were, holding each other, the very person we thought we had lost. But knowing that we will never lose each other again makes this moment even more heartwarming. I love you, Titus says with all the sincerity and certainty in the world. I was once a woman whose heart had been broken into a million pieces, tossed into the flames to burn and turn into ashes. And when I thought I could never love again, I was given a son to teach me about an even greater love. An ex-lover who showed me that even if it was messy and painful, I could learn to love through forgiveness. And a mate who showed me that even with a broken heart, I could still experience true and meaningful love. Today, we still have to be apart from time to time, but I know now that nothing could ever break or destroy the bond we have. One day, when Neo is old enough, or when I feel it is okay for him to grow without me, I will officially leave the White Howlers, and then I will truly become Titus Luna, who I am exactly meant to be. But for now, I will cherish the time zone difference, the endless chats, and the longing to be back with him when we're on other sides of the world. You know what they say, the further you are, the more you miss someone, and goddess, do I miss this man more and more each time. I look at Titus with a wide smile, and I know in my heart that this man is my present and my future. I let out a deep breath as I held on to him tighter. I'm sorry it took me a while to realize this, but I love you, Titus. I love you, and I never ever want to be without you again. I was seated by the tree, the exact one Sivney and Roman found me and saved me from. I was just there in silence as I held on to the pure golden necklace that had the Japanese words Langne Ki, meaning healing wolves, formed on it. This was the keepsake Shochiaki, the guy from Titus's pack that knew about my family, gave to me. He said everyone in my pack had it, and when he found out his parents had kept it all those years ago, he knew he had to give it to me. As I sat there thinking about them, it all still felt surreal, but at the same time, I also felt calm and at peace knowing about who they are and what they did for me on that night. I could have lived a life never knowing about their existence, and a part of me would have always had an empty spot. But because I met Titus and in turn Sho, I was given the opportunity to learn about them, and I will always be thankful for that. And though my heart pains for what happened to them and how they didn't deserve that, I will live my life to the fullest, because I know that's what they would have wanted for me when they sacrificed so much just so I could have another chance. I wiped away a small tear with the back of my hand before smiling contentedly at the necklace. Thank you for everything that you did for me. Because of that, I was able to give birth to a wonderful son and find a mate that I know you all would have loved. Someday, maybe we'll meet each other again, but for now, I will remember you and keep you close in my heart. I stood up and dusted my clothes off before walking back to the castle. From here, I could already hear the music blasting and smell the delicious food being cooked. It was Neo's 7th birthday. It took us a few weeks going back and forth deciding whether or not we were going to celebrate it in Arizona or in Norway. But eventually, we decided to stay in Norway. With one special guest, Chad. He couldn't believe that I was living in and I quote, a freaking castle with such beautiful species. He said it like we weren't humans. And it's funny because there was some kind of truth to it. For the whole weekend, everyone had a strict no shifting policy, and we were to act like we all were just a very close small town family friends type of thing, so Chad wouldn't be suspicious of anything. Safe to say he was too busy ogling at the foreign guys and girls to even notice anything in the first place. Mommy, the second Neo sees me, he comes running up to me with a wide smile. He's wearing his entire hockey gear, like he is seconds away from competing in an actual competition, and something about that just makes me giggle. Honestly, anything about my little boy just makes me extra happy. Look at you, I say as I try to raise him up to my arms, and though it was a bit of a struggle, I got him up. I pushed his hair back so some of the strands blocking his face would move away. He's a little bit sweaty, but that was to be expected since he's been running around playing games with the other kids, Trinity, Anna, and Ryder, Winter's twins, jumping up and down on the inflatables, and in general just all over the place. My handsome big boy, I say as I can't stop smiling at him, and he's grinning at me widely. Do you love your party? Yes. I love it so much. Uncle Chad got me the newest Wolf Lego castle. Neo shared, and I couldn't hold my chuckle. Oh, did he now? I asked rhetorically and put a mental note to tease him about it later when he was not busy flirting. Where's your daddy? I asked as I looked around because I hadn't seen him since I got back. He said he needed to do something in the kitchen. Neo shrugged his shoulders, and I wondered what it could be. Just then, his eyes light up as he looks at something behind me. Hey, Uncle Titus, he says with a wide smile. Hey, big guy, come here. Titus comes up from behind me as he takes Neo, and my arms feel much lighter. Thank you. I thought they were going to fall off. I mind link to him, and he shoots me a quick wink that sends butterflies all over my stomach. Somehow, no matter how many times he does something to me or we do something together, he just has this way of making me feel like everything is our first. First kiss, first hug, first hand holding, first time we, mated. Goddess. I'm blushing just thinking about it, and I should really get a hold of myself. Are you having a great time? Titus asked, and Neo nodded his head eagerly and started talking about how many times he and Trinity went up the inflatable beach and how they were so excited to visit the amusement park tomorrow. Mommy told me about this cloud dessert she really likes, and I can't wait to eat all of it, Neo gushes as Titus and I chuckle. All of it? If you do that, you'd really be too big for us to carry you, big guy. That's okay. Daddy says my stamina is super fast. He knows my. He pauses as his eyes look around before leaning closer to us and whispering, Wolf is strong and big, so I need to feed him a lot. He says it like a matter of fact, and I wonder what else River has told him. Is that so? Well, then you will just have to eat all of the cloud dessert, huh? Titus comments as he enjoys Neo's amusing comments. Mommy? He turns to me before his little blue eyes look down at my stomach, and Titus and I look at each other confused. Stomach, he says out of nowhere, that I was thoroughly confused, and I could sense Titus was, too. Before we could say anything else, I see River coming out of the castle with a gigantic cake in his hand. Its design is cut into all of the sports Neo plays, and in the middle, there are edible figures that, if I'm not mistaken, are that of me, him, and Neo at the top of his shoulders as he waves his trophy at the top. I smile and get a little teary-eyed, remembering that time he saw that picture of Neo back in his bedroom, and all River wanted to do was to carry him exactly like that. Once the singing is over, we all gather around as Neo blows his candles, and everyone cheers for him. I can see in his eyes how happy he is. I look over at River and see the genuine happiness in his too. One day in the future, the moon goddess might gift River another mate chosen for him, and only him. But right now, all he really wants is to be the greatest father to our child. And it's that comforting thought that has really made me realize how things have worked out perfectly for us and for everyone else too. 7 years ago, I thought my life was over. Now I realized it was just beginning. I feel Titus's arms wrap around me tighter as he speaks to me softly from behind. Everything okay, my love? He asks, and for a quick second, everything somehow flashes in my mind. The struggles, the heartache, the hardships, the sacrifices, the times I thought there was no more hope. But we got through it all, and thank the goddess we did, because look at where we are now. Happy, content, and excited for what else the moon goddess has in store for us. Not that she could top the fact that she already gave me the most amazing and most perfect mate already, though. Everything is more than okay. Everything is perfect, I tell him before kissing his cheek. At least spare the single people the public display of affection, Akari. I caught a mind link from Zane, and my head whipped so fast to find where he was that Titus got confused. What was that? He asked. Zane, trying to find where that nincompoop is watching us from. I tell him, and he chuckles. Tell that nincompoop he can focus on finding another girl, because this one's all mine, Titus says jokingly as he plants a quick kiss on my forehead. I laugh before telling him, oh, he knows he can't compete with you. Titus smirks at the compliment. Get a room, please. Zane adds again, and this time, when I turned, I found him standing smugly by one of the inflatables. I excuse myself from Titus before marching over to him. You're being annoying, I say like we're kids again, and he just threw a snowball at me. You're being annoying, he copies, enunciating the you're. The two of us have a stare down before bursting into a loud laughter as we hold on to our stomachs. After recomposing ourselves, we stand side by side as we mindlessly stare at the party in front of us. Kids are such a handful, he comments while shaking his head. You're not going to think that when you have your own little pup, I tell him with a raised brow as if to tease him. Yeah, I'll need a partner for that. And last I checked, this guy, he lifts his thumbs up to point to him like he's proud of it, is as single can get. And before you push me into dating somebody else, I'll have you know I like being single and free from responsibilities, so. Zane doesn't finish his sentence. Instead, his eyes widened and his nose looks like it's caught a whiff of a scent he can't turn away from. I know that look, and I remember it exactly when it happened. When I met Titus. When I turned to where Zane's attention was brought to, I see Sky appearing from the trees with a few of his friends that look like they're from another pack, probably from the ones he met while training. A woman comes up from behind. She was pretty, in a simple yet stunning way, and Zane can't keep his eyes away from her just before I hear him mumble under his breath. Mate. Titus Bane. Everything is calm. So calm that it feels rather weird after everything that has happened. Chaos and destruction is all I have ever known for the most part. But now that I'm settled down at my place in my pack, just watching the once green leaves, now a mix of orange, yellow, and other autumn colors sway with the wind, everything feels peaceful. I closed my eyes and took a deep inhale. The smell of nature filled my senses and it invigorates me. An image of her pops up in my head, almost like second nature to me. She is beautiful, the most beautiful woman to ever exist on this earth. And that's saying a lot because this earth could be ugly and cruel, but not her, not my mate. Sometimes I still wonder what I had done in my past life to deserve someone as perfect as her. And I stop and think if this is just a dream, if everything in my life is just my imagination, and if it was, I hope to never wake up again. Please don't let me wake up again. Why are you mindlessly staring out of the window like you're shooting a music video? I turned around and saw Keira leaning against the doorframe with a teasing smile. Goddess, even when she was teasing me, she still looked gorgeous. Her long raven hair was tied up into a bun, some strands loose at the side, and her golden brown eyes were gleaming at me. How could anyone ever feel any resentment towards a woman as precious as her? How River could have broken up with her is beyond me, but then again, it was a good thing he did, because if not, it was possible I wouldn't have met her. At the same time, it's crazy to think that back then I tried to deny my feelings for her, tried to tell myself that I didn't need a mate, but who was I kidding? It's not that I needed my mate, it's that I needed her, and she just so happened to be my mate too, and that just strengthened my bond with her. I get up from the bay window seat and walk towards her. I will never get tired of watching her eyes widen in delight when she sees me, never get tired of knowing her heart beats faster when I get closer to her. I will never ever get tired of anything Keira does. If I'm in a music video, then what does that make you? My leading lady? I cooed at her and her cheeks blushed almost instantly right before she narrowed her eyes at me. I better be, she threatened, but she just looked like a cat in front of a tiger. A soft chuckle escaped my lips. God, she's adorable. My hand comes up to her face and I caress the side of her cheek. Of course, baby. There is nobody else, now and for a very, very long time. I can hear her heartbeat getting louder and faster, just as her face is getting warmer and even her pupils dilating like a cat's. I know what she wants, and I know she knows that I can tell what it is. I don't hesitate before leaning forward, closing the gap in between us, and kissing her deeply and intensely. All my senses are heightened to the highest possible degree. I can feel her lashes against my skin, her tongue tangled with mine, and her fingers brushing my hair. Keira pulls my shirt up over my head without a second to waste, and I feel her warm hand over my skin. She kisses my neck just before letting out her tongue and running it down on my throat all the way to my chest. Fuck. I let out a hybrid moan and groan as my entire body tingles at her touches and her warmth, and every fucking thing about her. I am loving how headstrong Keira is, like she knows exactly what she wants and nothing or nobody can stop her from getting it, and right now, what she wants is me. I could let her dominate me for as long as she would like, but my wolf is writhing to take charge, to have her in our terms. Before I know it, I'm practically ripping her clothes off of her. I throw her top away, and it lands somewhere in this room. I don't give a fuck as to where, because good goddess, Keira is a sight to behold. Fuck, baby, you're so beautiful. I swear to the goddess, you are just unreal. The things I could do to your body. I whispered in between our kisses. She smiled against my lips, and right after it turned into a mischievous smirk. Oh? What kind of things? Less talking, more doing. What my baby wants, my baby gets. Keira's moans grow louder, and I'm thankful nobody can hear us from here, as my cabin is situated in between tall trees and further from the other pack houses, as well as us being completely alone since Neo and Tri are in Norway with River's pack. I have her all to myself, meaning I can do whatever I want with her. Yes, baby, just like that, I half whispered, half moaned. I can't take this anymore. I need more of her, like I need oxygen to breathe. In one swift movement, I grabbed her from underneath, her arms wrapped around my neck while her legs did so around my waist. Our tongues barely move an inch away from each other, sucking on each other's mouth as I walk her to our bed. Yes, yes, Titus. Oh God, oh my God. Neither Keira nor I could believe that that passionate and intimate night we spent alone together would one day lead to us having the greatest gift of our relationship, the most beautiful baby girl. But of course, we couldn't be any more grateful. I held our sweet and precious baby in my arms, and my heart has never been this full. Zora, I whispered her name, and her tiny lips formed the smallest yet biggest of smiles. Keira and I had gone through endless lists of names, but the second we saw her, we knew exactly what she was meant to be. It meant dawn, and how fitting is it that she was born at that time, and with her and Neo together they meant a new dawn, a new dawn, a new day, a new life. Once upon a time I lived my life monotonously, never happy, never sad, never anything, just existing. And then Keira came into my life and she changed everything. She gave me a new life. I turned to my side where Keira rested, her eyes closed, as she held onto Neo's hand, who was sleeping as well on a chair next to her bed. This is my family, and I couldn't have asked for anything more. I promise to always love, to always cherish, and to always protect them with my whole entire life. The end.